Unscramble your mind.
I'm stopping.
Unscramble your mind.
It sounds like it's going, then it's stopping.
Yeah. I don't know what's up with that. Wow.
Can we just start?
Yes, we can, because I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. We have another great show for you guys tonight. We have our guest, MrLetGo, that's going to come and talk to us. But first, we're going to all introduce ourselves. I am Dulcinea.
I am Sister Freedom.
I'm Sakina Rod.
I'm Duchess of Wisdom.
I'm Divine Isis.
Yes, and we're the sisters of Unscrambled Mind. And we have tonight our guest, MrLetGo. MrLetGo, if you could tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right, thank y'all for having me on. And all together, I coach women. I also coach people on how to grow their social media platforms. So I've been coaching in different ways for like about 5-6 years now. And also on YouTube as MrLetGo, and just happy to be here.
Thank you. And you want to tell us really quick, where'd you get the name MrLetGo?
Okay, well, I help people let go of childhood trauma. So the MrLetGo is about the action of letting go. I think mainly just the typical person, they spend a lot of time adding things to their lives, and they think if they get more money, if they find a new relationship, if they get a new house or buy a new car or get a new job, they think all their problems are going to be gone. But most likely that just adds more problems to their own lives. So I believe in subtraction and not addition. So the more things you let go of, the less stress you'll be in your life, and you'll actually be in a position where you now can go achieve and obtain more things in the future, because we only got two hands. So it's almost like having a whole bunch of stuff in your hands, wanting more things. All this stuff that's in your hands will stress you out because you can't reach out for nothing else. So that's why I believe in letting go of things instead of always going after things.
Can I say something to that? Actually, I'm the actual opposite of that. I feel like when you have different trauma in your life and different situations to a change in your life. You ever worked at an office and they moved around the desk and you felt different it's like a new atmosphere. So things feel different to you. When I had loss in my life, I lost my sister, and things happened in my life. Well, when I spoke with somebody, what I normally do is change around the house. It just made me feel different about things. Or painted my room, just made things look different. So I'm assuming, are you talking about situations like that? Because I feel like adding or changing made me feel better, not made me feel the opposite.
Change is letting go, not adding. Okay. You said moving around a desk or moving
like in the office,
moving to another state or moving to another city. That's letting go of your old city to go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So when you move, you're letting go of the old place that you are at.
Okay. So it's
I was saying buying a car, getting in a new relationship,
okay.
adding like that. Moving is letting go.
Okay.
Changing, in my opinion, is letting go, because in order to change, you have to let go of something old.
Okay. Maybe I misunderstood you. Okay.
And so
So
what's when did you actually start like coaching women, and what made you actually want to coach women over, men?
one, my mom was a single mother, and I was able to watch my mom somewhat grow up, while she was raising me. And the number one thing that I was able to see is that my mom had a propensity of, or a habit of, choosing losers. She spent a lot of time just getting with guys that were like bums. And there was one guy that was in my neighborhood. He would come, because we lived in the projects. We actually was homeless at one point, but we were in the projects, and there was a guy, kind of like, for example, like me. Say I go to a neighborhood and set up shop, and I just talk to the people, right? It was somebody like that when I was young. And he came to the neighborhood, and you know how the neighborhood has this little office area or whatever. Some apartments might have a little area where you can sit people or whatever. So it like a little clubhouse. So we would go to the little clubhouse, and then he would kind of like inspire us and talk about different things. And he was the creator, or one of the creators, of the Rainbow Coalition, which actually turned into something, and is something even to this day. And that was like 30 years ago. And he, like my mom, short, stocky, light-skinned dude. And he drove a nice car and everything. And the first thing I'm thinking, like, wow, I would love for him to be my dad, because we in the projects, and like I said, we was homeless at one point, and I spent a lot of my youth witnessing my mom get beat on and slapped around by different dudes that she dated and then would get back with. So I'm looking at this guy as a potential, because I don't know the dude, but a potential savior of me from my mother's antics, or from my mother's choices. I would love for this guy, who seems to have made a lot of choices in his life already from where he was, to come make choices for us. And so I don't have to worry about my mom making choices for us, because she's running us in the ground. And my mom turns around and tells me, so I said, Mom, because she was curving the dude. So because me and my mom had a great relationship, I sat down with my mom and said, Mom, why don't you talk to Mr. So-and-so? Looks like he wants to talk to you. And she turns around and says, Aaron, he's not my type. I'm a kid, so I don't really know. What do you mean? She said, I like tall, dark-skinned guys. Ain't everybody I dated tall and dark-skinned? But they also were losers. They were also abusive. They also were bums. Not bums on the side of the street, but, bums. And I'm like, nothing else I can say about it. So I was like, whatever. I can't make her be with somebody. And, so I was like, oh, okay. And then she went on and kept dating the tall, dark-skinned bum dudes. So I got to the point where I was the age of 13, and I literally just got tired of these dudes coming in my house, whooping on my mom. And it wasn't like all the time, but a man that did it one time is still walking around in your vicinity. It feels like every time, right? So when I got old enough, I actually, we was in the projects, and my mom was on welfare, and we didn't have a lot of money. So I actually started selling drugs in order to buy my own school clothes. And so selling drugs, I put myself in a position where I got a little crew of homeboys or whatever. And one time I walk in the living room, and this has a lot to do with the reason why I coach women. And I sit down with the guy, one of my mom's boyfriends at the time, and I was like, okay, something needs to change. And he wolfs up at me. He starts looking at me like, all right, who you think you talking to? So I said, all right. So I got my homeboys to help me beat the guy up. So at that particular point, I walked back to my mom, and I just said, okay, so this is what we're going to do from now on. No more of your abusive boyfriends. If you can't date somebody like the guy that I was looking for you to date, you can't date nobody else. Straight up. And if you do, he's going to get his ass whooped. She tried it again. Beat the next guy ass. I said, okay, you believe me now? And here's one problem that she had, because a lot of y'all are probably thinking, how dare you say something and do all this stuff, and that's her house? Well, she tried to pull that on me. She said, this is my house. I said, on the contrary, and I'm a kid, so I don't say the word on the contrary, but to a certain degree, I said, on the contrary, aren't we on Section 8? And from everything that I've learned, just as a 13, 14-year-old, you are paying $35 a month. No, I just remember I was paying $35 a month. It was $35 a month. So I actually paid the rent. I took it across the street to the rent office every month. And I actually got to the point where I was able to pay it, right? So I was like, well, we pay $35 a month. There's a reason why we pay $35 a month, because I actually told her, like, Mom, why don't you go get your job and do all the other stuff? So she actually explained to me why it makes more sense for her to not work versus work. So she explained all of this to me, Section 8 and everything. So I was like, you told me that Section 8 is there mainly because you have a child. So with all that being said, this is my house. So this is what we're going to do. One, I paid a little $35 a month. And if I go move away, because I'm a little drug dealer, so I can make some moves now. If I move away, you're gonna have to pay $350 a month or $400 a month. And back in the day, that was a lot of money. And she didn't have a job. So I was like, so what's it gonna be? I wasn't loud or nothing like that. It was just a negotiative conversation. And then she said, okay. And that was it. And from then on, I ran the household efficiently, and I protected my mom. I paid the bills, and I made sure my mom was safe. And for the first time, I felt safe because like I said, at one time we were actually homeless. So I put us in a position where we were then safe. So with all that being said, so last part, I grow up and I start seeing that my mom wasn't the only person who had these issues. I had a homeboy that I had to not be friends with because he started beating on his girl. And the crazy thing about it is the girl was like cool with it. And I was like, what in the world is going on? My mom smoked weed. So because of that, I didn't smoke. I didn't want to smoke weed. So a lot of the different things that I seen in the hood growing up or whatever, I didn't do. I never smoked weed in my life. I never smoked cigarettes in my life. So a lot of the things that people did, I just wanted to get out. So I strategized my life where I can get the hell out of the hood. I moved out of the hood and got my own place I think when I was 17. So yeah. Well, altogether, that put me in a mindset that when I grow up, I'm going to make a change in my neighborhood or in the community. So that was part of what caused me to be inspired to coach women instead of men.
You wanted to say something before I do, Sakina?
All right. I wanted to know what age were you when you decided that you had this awakening where you could just tell your mom you had enough and you had both
13.
13
13. Mm-hmm.
and you were and so this at the age, so can I ask how old you are now? Is that too much?
46.
Okay. And you and your friends were beating up on her boyfriends at that time at 13?
Mm-hmm.
And so you said a friend of your friend's girlfriend liked her boyfriend jumping on her from
I ain't gonna say liked it, but I didn't know I didn't understand. So I'm not gonna say the word like.
because she kept going back. Is that why you felt that way?
Yeah, she was like okay with it. Like she literally joked about it. Yeah, it was like I was like, damn, that's crazy. She joked about it, like we'll be around each other, and everybody around each other, whatever. And yeah, she joked about it.
That was later though. That wasn't at the time it was going down. It was afterwards later. She might have joked about it because she was still with him. Because she went back, right? Because
it was a normal thing. And he was my homeboy at the time. I cut him off, but I would ask him questions like, yo, what? And she's like, yeah, she I don't care. And it was just normal. And on top of that, one of the reasons why, in my opinion, he actually became abusive was because he's seen it, right? Like in his family. And I'm like, why can't you be like me and see it and do the opposite? Why are you doing it? Ain't you trying to learn from what you've seen? Like, why are you doing the same thing? What is wrong with you? And we fell out.
That's my question to you. I was going to ask you. So when you saw that happening with her and constantly going back, did that kind of throw a mindset in you to like what you saw at home with her going back to the guys? Did you see that happening with your mother getting jumped on and going back?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She'll take the dudes back. So I started, I'm a kid and we in the hood and we don't care about it. We just living our lives as kids, But in the back of my mind, I just started at an early age, started observing women's behavior and men's behavior. Just started paying attention to why people do what they do. Why do people do drugs? Why do people drink? Why do people fight? All this stuff, right? And I just had a very observant mindset through my whole young life due to all these different things going on. Remember, I'm not smoking weed like everybody else. I'm not doing drugs. Snow powder, that was a thing in the hood. Young dudes, nope, I ain't do that. Crackheads, we selling drugs too. So the crackheads smoking crack, folks smoking weed. So all these smoking cigarettes, all the different things, people stealing cars and all this other stuff. And I was just like, why are all these people doing these things? And it was one thing that actually really had me turn away from drugs was when my mom used to smoke weed. We were so young, we didn't know what drugs actually was. And on the commercials, it was, this is your brain on drugs. And they talked about crackheads and crack and this and crack epidemic and all this other stuff, right? And we all thought my mom was on crack because we didn't know what crack was. We didn't know. And I can't go to my mom, hey, what is this? So my friends would make jokes about me, my mom being a crackhead.
Okay, let me say this. Those commercials that you are talking about, that wasn't crack. That was weed.
No. I'm a kid.
This is your brain, and this is your brain on drugs.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
because I'm older than you, so that
that's not the
wasn't.
point. That's not the point. That's not the point.
All
It
right.
doesn't make. I'm talking to you like when I was a kid.
I get
Nobody
you.
knows.
I
So
get you.
I, as a kid, had to deal with my friends thinking that my mom was on crack and she was smoking weed. So at an early age,
I definitely
I'm like, there's no way in this world I'm doing any of this stuff. Cause so it was a positive side of getting teased because I never smoked anything from then on.
So when you talk to the man at the clubhouse on the corner, and this is my last question for now. When you talk to the man on the corner that seemed to be like the community, and that's where we say it takes a village to raise a child. So you had someone in the village that was kind of like you looked up to because you wanted him to be like a father figure for you.
Yeah,
right?
a couple men. Yeah.
Because your father wasn't in the picture. He wasn't there for you. So that was clear. And then your mother
was around. He was in Philadelphia, so he'll fly me out every now and then, but he wasn't around. So I had a dad, but it just ended up turning into like, oh yeah, I'll send you a little this, and then would you? And it just wasn't. I needed a man around me so I could learn some stuff. You feel me? So all together, that man wasn't really around. He was just trying to date my mom. So I wasn't really hanging around that man. I was just able to look up to him and say, this is the type of man I want to grow up to be like, right?
So to see a man, to be a man, you had to see a man.
Right. So from that day forward, no drugs, no this, no that. Because if I want to be like him, I can't be like these other people. You know what I'm saying? So the number one thing I needed to do to be like him, and I don't know him because he just comes to the community and leaves, because he didn't date my mom. I need to find another him. And my best friend's father, like he was a big burly guy. He worked at night, like really smart. And he's one of them dudes that you don't mess with. He's like, I don't know how big he was, like 6'4" or whatever, had a deep voice. And I just tried to spend as much time being around my homeboys and his dad as much as I could, so I could just learn manhood, because they had it. I didn't have it. So I was over their house as much as I was at home.
So why didn't you, from all of this experience, why didn't you go more toward helping the brothers out from all this domestic violence and beating on women? Because those are the things that you really saw versus trying to steer toward women and talking to the females. Why wouldn't you help the brothers with all this anger management and beating on women and all of those things? Because this thing has been going on for the longest with men beating on women and the things that you saw with your mother.
Well, I got an easy answer for that. If I'm walking down the street and I slap somebody, they're either going to slap me back or run away or call the police on me. And it's just really that simple. And that's human behavior. There's something maladaptive about a person that gets slapped on and doesn't go anywhere. So I've seen everything in the hood. Folks getting shot at, all this other stuff, right?
Mostly men doing it.
But the thing that I see that was maladaptive, that was almost anti-nature, was my mother staying. Because a person does some drugs, they're addicted to drugs. Understood. That's the reason why they go back. Two dudes get to fighting, they actually go back to being friends after they get to fighting. But nobody ever fights anymore because we kind of like got to square off because you said something about my girl, boom, 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 boom. But we can go back to being friends, but there's no more fighting. We're back cool, right? Understood, right? So a certain amount of violence between men and they still can come back together, understood. So certain variables that I was able to see that was human nature. But the main thing, and you understand, it is the hood. So some of it was just whatever. But the main thing that I seen that affected me the most was the woman that I loved doesn't seem to love herself or love me enough to stop having abusive men around me. Because it's not just around her. These men were around me. And that right there sparked something in me. Because I said to myself as a kid, if I ever have kids, there's no way in the hell am I going to have these type of adults around my kids. See, it's not just about the men, the women, this and that. I'm looking at who cares about me? And even though my mom was a great mom to me, emotionally available, a lot of different things, she did not have the protection of me. And that is the reason why I had to step up and protect myself. And on top of that, I had to protect her from her. So I had to protect myself and I had to protect my mom, but I also had to protect my mom from herself. That's the reason why I made a declaration and said, can't nobody come over here unless it's somebody that I approve of. And I knew everybody in the hood. So I know who's what. So the bottom line is the reason why I took this so seriously is because my mom was putting me in danger. These dudes was putting me in danger too, but they didn't know me. So who cares about this little big ass little boy? Get out of here. Who cares? They don't know me. But when I seen the people that know me, they protect me. Me and my homeboys, we protected each other. I protected them. They came over to beat up the dude in order to protect me from him. Why do you think they did it? Because they loved me. They cared about me. So at the end of the day, I'm looking at things from a protective aspect and a human nature aspect. People fight for certain reasons. People are abusive for certain reasons. People do drugs for certain reasons. But at the same time, one thing that I never seen in my face was when you care about somebody and you love somebody, whether it's your kids, best friend, or whatever, because we in the hood, homies, we protect each other. So I seen something maladaptive about my mom by not necessarily protecting the person that she loved. And that stuck with me because I looked at myself and said, if I have some kids, I'm not going to allow nothing like this to be around me. I'm not going to be slapping on no woman or none of that shit. That's why I had to cut my friend off when he started slapping on his guy. No, get out of here. So I started learning morals at an early age. So what you're saying is, why didn't it inspire me to stop the men that are fighting women? Well, it ain't the men that are fighting women. That's the problem. Because the world is the world. A dog will bite you. You go to the zoo, you jump in the damn lion's den, they're going to eat you, right? But the thing about it is you don't jump in the lion's den so they'll eat you. The world will eat you up. The world will slap you and shoot you or whatever. The key isn't stopping the world for being evil. The key is to stop yourself from being around the evil over and over again. We got to protect ourselves by using our own discernment. And that goes back to the human nature thing. I did not understand why my mom was putting me and her in danger over and over again. That was maladaptive to me. So that is the reason why I'm looking at the people who actually have dominion over these children, like my mom. These women are mainly custodial parents. And it's a possibility that these women may be going through the same shit that I was going through. So my job as a coach is to protect women from themselves and help women protect themselves along with their children. Men ain't usually the custodial parents, sadly. So these children are the ones that are in danger. And most of the children are under the tutelage and dominion of women in the Black community. That's why.
Right. Thank you for the answer.
Someone else have a question? I had a question that I wanted to jump in here with. So, Mr. LetGo, when you're going by and all the research and coaching that you've done for women, have you been able to isolate any kind of issues or what you actually coach women so they aren't in these predicaments? Because what I would say, as far as like the example of your mom, and she like tall, dark skinned men. And we can see that on both sides with human nature, as far as, what level of attraction we have and different things, maybe sometimes has us making bad choices with mates. So how are you able to isolate that amongst the women that you coach, and what have you seen to be the common problems of the choices that women make?
Well, in my research, and I'm not a therapist or anything, I'm never going to claim to be some therapist or whatever. But in my just research of, going down rabbit holes in these books, one of the books that is my favorite is called Mother Hunger. In Mother Hunger, they talked about damaged neuroception. And damaged neuroception is literally, because neuroception is simply a human being's ability to detect or delineate safety from danger. Safety from danger. And what happens with a lot of women, men too, but we're mainly talking about women right now, men too, when you have damaged neuroception, that means your brain did not wire correctly. When you see so much turmoil, so much chaos, so much abuse growing up, and then the person that's abusing you, whether it's an uncle, your mom, or dad, or whoever, they turn around and abuse you or do whatever to you, abandon you, dad abandons you, turn around and say, oh, I love you, little stuff like that. You get abused or treated badly by these adults as a child. And then after getting treated badly, what do they say to you? I love you. And if you look at, because getting whoopings is a form of abuse. If you ever heard of anybody getting sent outside, my mom didn't do this to me, but some parents go outside and say, go get me a switch, and go get, they start picking up shoes and start picking up shit and hitting you with it, right? That's abuse. One thing about boom, 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 you sit down somewhere, that's a pop or whatever. But when you get abused and the person abusing you is doing two different things, they say, I love you. Then they say, I keep a roof over your head. So that almost looks like slavery in a way. And I'm not saying parents are slave owners or whatever, but that came from slavery. They beat you and then feed you and then tell you they love you. So what ends up happening is you grow up you know, y'all as women, because I can't specifically speak for women, but from what I've seen, a woman grows up getting beat and abused or unprotected because Uncle Jimmy does something to the girl. A lot of us didn't go through that. Uncle Jimmy or mom's boyfriend, mom's brother or mom's boyfriend is usually the culprits that, you know, do something to the little girl. And then the little girl goes to her mom. And then a lot of times her mom either denies that it happened, beats her for it happening, or blames her for it happening. So you're like, damn, okay. So this man did something to me, but he says he loves me. Uncle Jimmy says he loves me. Uncle Jimmy is still let around me on Christmas and Thanksgiving. He still gets to sit at the table. And my mom says, go hug Uncle Jimmy. Okay, so I'm supposed to love this man that's doing these things to me. You beat me. My dad abandoned me, but when my dad come around, you tell me I gotta love him. So all these people around me that treat me badly, you tell me to love. And they say, I love you to me. So when you grow up, especially as a young woman, what do you expect to happen? You ain't used to nobody treating you right. You ain't used to, you know, nobody actually protecting you. No. All you know is some crazy shit happened, and then I did it because I love you. Or either the drug dealer, when you young, he buy you some shit after he beat your ass or cheat on you. That's all. That's life. It's a typical black girl. So next thing you know, damaged neuroception. The good guy is bad and the bad guy is good. Because the good guy don't say I love you. Because the good guy has a certain amount of objective thinking. Well, he's going to be like, well, I don't love you yet. You know, back in the day when you young, you wanted a guy to say I love you because the girls used to tell us, do you love me? I don't know you. But in order for me to get the ass, of course, I'm like, yeah, I love you. You know, as a young boy. So we was kind of like promoted to say I love you before we love the damn girl. But the good guy, he gonna be like, no, I don't love you. You don't love me? I don't. Next thing you know, she cheats or does whatever on him. Or she treats him bad simply because he's being real with her. But the bottom line is, for a lot of women, and this is just simply from my coaching because I'm not a woman, the man that leaves and comes back, abuses her, cheats on her, as long as he comes back, because that's the abandonment issues, that makes her feel like it's love. But the guy that has the boundaries that says, yo, if you keep doing this, I'm out. Or either I'm not going to tell you I love you simply because you say you love me, because I don't feel that yet. Those feelings right there of a man setting boundaries and saying, I'm out if you keep messing up, in her mind, that's not love. So she needs that instant gratification. And y'all let me know if I'm wrong. She needs that instant gratification. I love you before I love you. I want to be with you, all these different things. Go ahead.
I think you're correct about that, but I think it's both ways. I want to get back because I had to leave. I'm sorry. I'm going to get back. I'm going to take it all the way back to when you were little. And I come from the old school. First of all, I would have told you to go sit your behind down somewhere and stay in the child's place.
I would have left and you would have lost your 6 and 8.
Let me finish my statement, please. Because I also have a son. And my son was similar to how you were, okay? Not selling any drugs, but he was so overpowering in my life that it was almost like he would take over any boyfriend, anybody that tried to talk to me. He never seen them as good enough for me, or he would want to beat him up. He wouldn't speak to him as he came in the house. He would do anything for, to control everything that had anything to do with me, to the point where he would actually want to fight the person.
Is there a reason why? That's interesting.
Because that's how boys are with their mamas.
Was he fighting you? The guy's fighting you?
No.
See, I had a reason. They would fight my mom. I didn't have those. If my mom had a boyfriend, he wasn't beating her ass, I would have been okay.
I think all boys are overprotective of their mothers. If any of the ladies on the panel have, you know, the way you were saying that you told your mother, it almost seemed disrespectful. But the way I overstand, in a sense, how you did it. But I'm just saying, I don't know if I would have allowed my son to talk to me that way. But
it was a negotiation. I wasn't disrespectful.
Well, you know, I'm just saying, because I know that people to say Raju runs her life, or she, you know, her son's so mean, and her you know, my son literally, he's also big. He's almost 6'3". You know, he's also, I mean, the boy wears a 15 shoe. You know what I mean? So he's 14 shoe rather. He's big boy, you know, so he would run people away. You know what I mean? So I understand that. Does any of the ladies else have a son that is overprotective of their mom, see them like that?
My son is kind
I
of
do.
overprotective,
My
but
son
he's
is
not
very
like that.
so, but
My son is.
you know, because if I would have allowed it, you know, you know, he would have took over everything. I wouldn't have never.
Can I ask you a question though?
Sure.
My question is, why or what did he see that made him want to run these men off?
Well, I guess, I raised my son Muslim from birth. From birth, he was Muslim. So we were, you know, I was fully garbed, niqab, the whole nine. So he didn't get a chance to see anything. You know what I mean? So my girls were already practically grown women when he was born. You know what I mean? So I guess it was just, I'm his mom, and that's just, he never seen anything. I never smoked, I never drank, I never got high, and none of my kids.
He was just overprotective because
most boys are very
overprotective.
overprotective.
I wasn't overprotective. I was protective. Like remember, I as a kid was trying to set my mom up with a dude. I wanted my mom to be with somebody.
But your choice. And I'm not saying that.
No. The men were beating on my mother.
No,
I was
not
overprotective. I was trying to stop my mom from getting her ass whooped because she didn't allow herself to stop getting her ass whooped.
Did the same thing. I'm not saying my son wouldn't have.
But do you see the difference is what I'm saying?
No, but I'm just saying, it seemed like when you said, I told my mom, you live in Section 8 and I pay the bill, and pretty much this is my house. I don't know if I would. I mean,
well, you wouldn't have had a choice because no, you wouldn't have, because well, actually, I'm sorry, you would have had a choice. It almost sounds like hold on, listen. The choice would have been, I would have just left, because as y'all already know. Yes. Do you know how many hood rats was getting Section 8 with their little pookie baby? I could just go live with them. You knew how it was in the hood.
But see, your mother was probably afraid of you, and she should have really got with you. I'm not saying but with a switch or something.
Hold on, stop.
No,
you're trying to put the narrative.
You have to allow another person to.
I get what you're saying, but you're pushing a narrative. Hold on, you're pushing a narrative. You're saying my mom was afraid of me.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You're not allowing me to see. You hearing? You cannot have.
You said my mom was potentially afraid of me.
Okay, maybe because you're saying that you got your boys together, y'all beat up, which my son probably would. I don't even know if my son would have needed his boys, but I know my son would have probably beat up somebody that hit me too. But what I'm trying to say to you is, how you saying that you told your mom this, that, and another, was almost like, was she afraid of you as well? Sound like you was just, you know, I'm
Let me ask you another question. I just want to ask you another question.
You know, I'm gonna come from the old school. I'm older than you and everybody on this panel. What I'm saying is, it sounds like you were just an unruly, controlling young man. I'm gonna say young man. I don't want to call you a boy.
You don't think my mom was the one that was unruly?
Well, I
bringing
mean,
men
she was
into
a
the house,
grown
beating
woman.
her ass in
And
front of her
every
son.
boy looks out for his mama. Somebody put it in there, and that's a fact. But there is a boundary between a child and a grown person. Every child takes up, every son takes up for his mama. But it's just, you didn't just take up for your mama. It was how you talk to your mother that just kind of probably bothered me. But we can skip past that.
But it
But I
sounds
want
like
to say,
you're
if I
missing
can,
what the context of all of this was and why we're talking about it. And the context is a woman was putting her child in danger over and over again. And if it wasn't for this child, ain't no telling what the hell would have happened to either the woman or the child.
Well, you left
So
at 17.
thank
But that's
you,
well,
God, that this child rose up and
you left
told
at
her and
17.
took over that damn household.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something? Do you have children?
Yes, I have two daughters.
What's their age difference?
4 years apart.
Okay, well, they're kind of close. I have children that are, all my kids are way apart. My oldest is 21. I have a 10-year-old and I have a 4-year-old. The parent I was when I had my 21-year-old is not the parent who I am now with my 10 and 4-year-old. We are all victims of our transgressions. There are things that I did when I was a young mom that I wish, like, wow, when I look now that I'm mature and when you evolve within yourself, I look now, it's like, wow, if I could have played my cards differently, I would have, but I was a young woman growing up trying to find myself too. So maybe because your mom was in her stage of development, she made some poor choices in how she disciplined herself around you. That doesn't mean she was a bad person, because you clearly said she was a good mom to you.
Yes, she was
But
great mom.
she was a great mom, but she had transgressions, as we all do. The mom I was 21 years ago is not the mom I am right now. So it's you mature, it's an experience and you grow. I don't know if you have other siblings, if you have an age difference, maybe she did something different with another child. But I think a lot of times, with women, we take a lot of backlash because a lot of us were young moms and, we had to kind of figure things out. But once you grow and you developing yourself and you see the real outlook on life, your parenting skills, for some, not all, can change in advance with your other children because you see the mistakes or the things that you did that wasn't some of the best decisions that you made with your previous children. And that's just my take on it.
Well, think about this, because I'm glad you said you had a 10-year-old, right? And so think about this. I was 13. So you're grown with this 10-year-old. You probably weren't grown when your child was 2, right? So if your child is 2, I can understand that because you ain't grown. But you grown when your child is 10. I was 13. My mama was grown. All right. And with all that being said, remember the story, because I understand, y'all see what's going on. And you're like, oh my God, this is crazy. I think y'all may have forgot. I said we were homeless at one point. I ain't got time for all this shit. Not with y'all. Hold on. I'm not saying with y'all. I'm saying as a 13, I ain't got time for all this shit. You even have us looking crazy again. No, this is my shit. And if you don't like it, I will gladly leave. I never said if you don't like it, I'm gonna do all this. No, I paid the little $35 a month rent. I knew why it was $35. I negotiated with my mom. I did not yell at her. I didn't do anything. I literally sat down with my mom and said, this is the deal. And this is what I said to y'all. We're going to either do this one way or the other. I paid a little $35 a month and we're on Section 8, and which means you don't have to work. And we can keep it like that. One problem. You just ain't going to be able to get one of these loser ass men and we good. Or I can move out. I'm 13 years old. I ain't got no money, but I got a little way of getting some money. I had some little chicks, little 13, I would say little 15-year-old girls were leaving their mama's house left and right, getting their own apartment across the street from their mama on Section 8. Little girls on got fast, on got a little baby. I'm already, doing my thing with them. I just move in with them. And a couple girls was like, why don't you move in? Until one girl turns around and said, well, if you move in, and this is the Section 8 stuff, the Section 8 stuff was like, they will come in and inspect and see if there's a man over here. I'm sure y'all heard that. So I heard all the different things about Section 8. So I was strategizing. So if my mom would have had a problem with what my new rules were, I would have did nothing crazy. I would have just moved out, and her Section 8 would have been lost, and she would have had to go get a job and go pay $400 a month, and I go live my life. It wasn't.
I wanted to come in on this part as just being like, that could be the fear, which is a true fear that a lot of women have had in the past. And it's not necessarily a fear as far as that, her son would beat her up or anything like that. It was a fear of like, what's the next step after this? Or if he does leave, what's going to happen? Or, by that time, you're very dependent on each other, especially if you grow up raising a child and you're both young together. You feel a different kind of connection where it's like, I don't even know how my day-to-day would be if my son left. So there could have been a fear factor, but not necessarily fear like he was going to beat her up.
That's how I'm just trying to protect that narrative from stopping. Exactly. Like, I'm gonna beat my own mama up. That's crazy.
I definitely understand, and there is that kind of thing of trying to just do what's best or anything, and just like, she doesn't know what day to day would be like, so she just settled. Yeah, I know for my mom was in a particular situation before she had me and my brother by my dad, but like she always told me as well, being old school, she did not bring men around or date for the longest. And literally the guy that you were describing was my dad that came around and was a good guy. And she was like, I'm not necessarily as attracted to him, but he's going to be a good guy. So that's the first guy she brought around my older brothers afterwards, because he was going to be a good guy to them. So.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure. Can I ask a question? Wait a minute. Let me make sure that he hear me say, so nobody else won't say I didn't say this. I applaud you taking up for your mother. Okay. It's just how you said a certain thing that kind of got me, because my kids is older. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I had my son, I was in my 30s. He's 26 now. You know what I mean? My daughters will be 42 and 39 this year. So, I mean, I come from a different era, you know what I'm saying? So when certain things are said, I hear things a different way. I can't hear that my 13-year-old just told me I'll just leave.
Why?
Because my 13-year-old wouldn't be talking to me like that.
Why?
Like, I come from a different era.
No. Why?
My 13-year-old would not be talking to me like that.
Why?
Because he wouldn't be.
Why?
It's a form of disrespect.
If you was getting, I'm glad you didn't go through this. But if your man was beating your ass and your son said, "Yo, he's getting out of here,"
I'm a different era.
That would be disrespectful.
It's a different era. You come from a different era than I do. So
what would he say that would not be disrespectful by fixing this situation if a man was beating your ass?
I'm not saying that you were wrong for taking up for your mom. I want
you it's not wrong with what you said. It was wrong in how you said it.
How would somebody have said that?
I did not have the same experience, but even if I did,
I've never been in your shoes.
I did. My kids ain't just talking to me any kind of way outside.
Who talk to somebody any kind of way though?
Well, okay, it was just how you said it, not what you said. It was how you said it. That's
all. I think, and the reason why I wanna at least like
thank
you. Can I say something, Sister Freedom? Can I say something?
I want to say this one thing. Why is it this cognitive dissonance to information when somebody says something a certain way? I never said, listen here, bitch, or I'm gonna beat your ass. I just said, yo, this is how it's gonna be. And if it don't be like this, I'm gonna leave. I ain't gonna tear up the house. How is that talking to somebody being disrespectful?
Let me say this, because as a child, it was sad that you were put in that place, because for a 13-year-old to have to even say that or even feel that way, that's the saddest thing ever.
Right.
For you to even be
Right. And y'all mad at me.
no, and so for you to even have to
As a
feel that
kid.
way and even say that to your mom was
Yeah.
over the top. And so
Right.
for you to even have to say it was wrong, it was wrong for you to even have to say it.
Mhm.
But for just because old school saying that you had to step up and say that, that's what made it be disrespectful on both parts. One, because you
Thank
shouldn't
you.
have had to say it.
Thank you.
You shouldn't have had
Thank
to
you.
say it. And because you said it, made it disrespectful because you're so young to be able to talk to her that way. But because you had to say
Disrespecting me
it.
by having these men in the damn
Exactly.
house I dwell in, running around doing all this crazy. One of them could have
All
beat
of
my
them.
ass
All
or
of
did
them.
something.
Bill. All of them.
You see, but I wanted to say this. You also, when you were placing your mom placed you in a lot of danger, and that is very true.
Right.
But I also want you to know that retrospectively, you also placed yourself and your mom in a lot of danger when you decided to choose to sell drugs. Yes, it did help you out. Yes, it did do a lot. But yes, it also did place you in danger as well. So I'm glad that it helped you, because the long goal was to get up out of the hood, and to, because that's everybody's dream when they're in the hood, to get up out of it.
Get out of it. Yep.
Right. So that was the long-term goal, and and I'm glad that that was the ultimate goal for you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it was
And
not.
I got my mom out of the hood too. Just
You
so
see
you
what
know.
I'm saying? So that was the best of it. But
and him and his boys getting together and beating up grown men.
right.
Grown men
But again, I still say that
my era.
this the primary focus on just women alone. I think it should be a full focus on everybody, because everybody could have got something out of that, even the young men, because these men are still, you know what I'm saying? It's a circulation thing. And I applaud you for what you do for women, but our brothers still need some help on that too.
Right.
Well, with that, I want the other ladies, I want the ladies to speak, but just keep this in mind. I help women set boundaries and set standards so those type of men, one, won't make it to her womb, and two, will only get one date with her, will get one opportunity with her, so they won't be able to keep coming back. And that right there is the woman's requirement and the boundary to stop letting these men either put a baby in her or keep these men away from their babies. Because like I said, the world is going to be the world. It's cold outside, it's hot outside, but it ain't got to be cold or hot inside. You feel me?
That's
and
true.
we have to control the temperature of our household and keep our kids safe and protected. And the person that is the custodial parent is the woman. If it was more men that was custodial parents, I'd be out here with the men. Because my number one job isn't necessarily to help women, it's to help the kids. Because I can't be no grown ass man running up the kids and no. Because one, mama's in the ear. Two, I look like a weirdo. So I got to talk to the person that manufactured that kid. If something went wrong with my car, I'm taking the car back to the manufacturer. So who manufactured this little badass kid? They badass mama. So that's who I'm talking to.
Well, no, it take two to have a baby.
The man, no, I get what you're saying, but the custodial parent keyword is usually the mother.
I missed that for a second there.
Divine Isis, were you gonna say something or ask a question?
Yes, I wanted to say something. I'm glad you spoke on that, because that's what I wrote down, that I believe that when you were young, you were smart enough to see a strategy to really help your mother. And the strategy that you were intelligent enough to see was that she wasn't setting boundaries, and that you actually had to step up. And it was unfortunately that you were at a very young age, because I do believe that a lot of adults, like you said, especially if it's the custodial parent, which is the mother. And I do believe that there's a lot of women out here that allow all these different types of men in their home. And that was the thing that I had. I had boys, and I would just look at them, and I said I didn't want to have a revolving door coming around my sons.
Yeah.
So I immediately thought about protection. So, you know, I didn't allow that. But some women, some girls, and some of them have a girl mind. Society tells them that they have to have a man. They have to have some type of male around them. You know, and sometimes it's around sex or whatever type of mentality that they're dealing with. Like you said, all these different types of guys, which is forms of narcissism that we grow up under. But I remember my mom, when she was being abused by a man, I hated it. And I said, I never wanted to experience that with myself. And so I began to set boundaries when I was a little girl. So when you're able to be a child and step back and look at the situation, sometimes you don't have time to say, that's a mother, she's older than me. You don't have time because the time be moving so fast, and you see things happening and you don't see a lot of the protection. And so it was just fortunate that your mind wasn't in a mind of I'm a child, here's an adult. You didn't, it was something bigger going on there. So I understand what you're saying, because I went through that as a child. I began to be a protector, you know, and I always stay in a warrior mode. I always stay in a protective mode. I'm just automatically a snap if I see somebody like a bully. Yeah, I'm just automatically like that. So my other question is, so like I said, I understand the boundaries, and that's the thing that we as women don't set, even in religion. Religion is a big factor as well, because we grow up in a traditional form. Our parents or our grandmother or somebody like that introduces us to religion, and then we end up getting attached to the religion, and then we start another cycle with the pastor or people in the church that begin to abuse us or our children if we're by ourselves. So it ain't just the boyfriends. We have a lot of stuff going on with us as women that we're attacked, and we don't know who the enemy is. And so I know where you're coming from with the protective and the boundary and the warlike type of things. We're constantly at war, and that's just that's a fact. Women got to understand that we are the prime target, and once they get to us, they can get to our babies. And if your babies aren't smart enough to have that light and that discernment to help protect you, sometimes it's just a God form that moves through the child, and the child has to protect at any moment, regardless of the fact. It might not be a good fact on some areas, but some part of you had to strategize even your little army. You know what I'm saying? Some kind of way. It wasn't good with the drugs, but sometimes things happen like that. And I understand, because I've been in all those type of situations. But I also wanted to say that, did you and your mother ever have a sit down talk about what we're talking about now? How did you guys ever work that out? Did you ever get a chance to sit down and talk about what happened? And then she began to say, I understand what you're saying. But I want to add that I commend you for being able to step forward and actually go to the source, because you're actually going to the source of the woman to help teach her that, look, you are the first person that forms that's right here on the front line. And if they can get to you and break through you, they can really damage the other children. And then we have a whole generation of children growing up of abuse, where, like you said, your friends, you know, a friend of yours that were abusing it. So you saw it. So, you know, I just wanted to commend you. So that was the question that I had. Did you and your mother ever sit down and talk about this? Thank you.
Okay. Isis, I want to just say thank you so much, because women don't realize how much we spend arguing back and forth with women about just dumb stuff. Like, you literally said one thing. You said this is about survival. Ain't nobody got time for your tone. If you don't sit your ass down somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Like black women got to get away from all this playing with y'all. And like it's a possibility that we may go to war with damn Russia. And I got be time to be talking to y'all like, okay, y'all, go. No, get your ass over there and get up under here while I protect you. Don't nobody got time to be playing with y'all. And I just don't understand. And I'm talking to women, period. I don't understand who told y'all that y'all run anything. This is a man's world.
Yeah.
Y'all are helpmates, and we are here to protect and provide for y'all. Y'all don't run nothing. So nobody cares about all this tone mess. Because at the end of the day, we protect y'all from other us's. I'll say that again. We are here to protect y'all from other us's. Men are out here to get y'all, to abuse y'all, to hurt y'all, and other men are here to protect y'all. Ain't no woman doing nothing for y'all, and ain't no woman doing nothing against y'all. Because women are just women. Y'all don't matter when it comes to the y'all make the kids, y'all are the wives, but y'all ain't out here either policing nobody, and y'all ain't out here killing nobody. So I'm not saying that y'all don't matter, but y'all are not out in this world killing or helping. It's male police mainly and male murderers and robbers. It's some female police and it's some female murderers and robbers, but its majority is men. So when a man wants to stand up and protect y'all, y'all need to sit down somewhere and let the damn man protect y'all. And sometimes it might be your son, because all together, just like what Isis said, ain't nobody got time for all that shit. I'm looking at everything as an emergency situation. Just like Isis said, I called my homeboys over there. I told them to come to the back porch and wait for the man that's in my house to come out, because I want this to be strategized. When he walked out the front door, we beat his ass on my front lawn. Does anybody know why that was so significant for me? Anybody?
Because he hit your mom?
Surprise attack.
Man.
No, it was a declaration. I needed everybody in the neighborhood to see what I was doing. This ain't happening at one. This is what's going to happen to you at 186 is any of y'all niggas come over here trying to put their hands on my mama. I made it a point that every dude in the hood seen what I was doing to this grown ass man. 186 is officially off limits to y'all abusive ass niggas.
Yup, and then he went and sold some drugs and made it worse. That part.
And I definitely understand as far as
wait. I want to answer a question.
I didn't ask you a question. I made a statement because you just stated what you stated about ain't nobody.
Wait, can I answer Isis's question first?
I don't play disrespect.
Can I answer Isis's question first? Because we're disrespecting Isis. She asked me a question. Can I answer that first?
Yes.
Is that okay? Okay, so to answer your question, Isis, when I beat up the second dude, my mom actually called the police on me. And I had to leave the house and spend the night at my friend's house for a while. And I called my mom and she said, you can come home. You're okay. And I sat next to my mom, and this is the talks we had. We actually got closer after that. And I said, Mom, I just want to ask you, why is it that you called the police on your own son, but for about 6 or 7 years, I watched man after man beat your ass, but you ain't never called the police on them? And she apologized to me. And we got closer at that particular point, and she realized how important not only her life was, but how important my life was. You called the police on your child, but all these other dudes than slapping you around for the last 7 years of my life, and you ain't never called the police on them. So yeah, we had great conversations after that. And because the thing about it is she understood how important all of this was. And just like I say to women that I help or women that I talk to on social media, when they say something about my tone, sit y'all asses down somewhere. Because at the end of the day, we as a community, men, are attempting, because some of y'all won't allow us to protect y'all, attempting to protect y'all from other men. So there's men over here that are terrible, but there's men over here that are protective. But the problem is, due to damaged neuroception, y'all got it twisted. Y'all think the men that are telling y'all to sit your asses down with the tone are the problem, while the men over here fighting y'all, cheating on y'all, beating y'all ass, and doing all this other shit are the actual ones y'all supposed to be with. Damaged neuroception is the reason why I'm not changing my tone.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for breaking in ISIS when he was answering.
Well, I just wanted to quickly add that I understand when we're dealing with war that I don't get caught up in the tones and stuff. My mind is thinking about something else. You know, I'm just thinking about us really strategizing, because we live out here, like you said, with a lot of different enemies, and they come in different forms. So I can't get stuck. I can't get stuck on, you know, your tone. I'm more so looking at that. I want us to, as a people, to have a future, and that, you know, like I said, I mean, you can't really be thin, you know, you can't have thin anything, skin. You really got to stay focused, especially when you're at war. And we are at war as a people. That's why we keep failing. But I really do understand your point. So I don't trip off of stuff like that. You know, because I know, you know, I have all boys, so I know what you're talking about, you know, and when they go there, they go there. And I ain't nothing I could do. I'll just be like, okay, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? I just be chilling. Like, you know, I ain't into, like, because when they go in that mode, it's like they go in a whole new different zone. So I don't try to snap them out of it when they're in their protective mode, because I don't want to get hurt in the middle of it. I let them do their thing. And then when they calm down, then I could come back and really talk to them. So I understand when they snap into that war, that fighting mode. I mean, it's like, you better get back out the way. So, and I understand that, because like I said, I got all boys, I got none but guys around me, cousins, uncles, friends, and they go at it. It be a man thing. You know, they be scrapping, and they don't be playing. So I get what you're saying, though.
Like I said, again, thank you. Because like I said, we protectors spend so much time arguing with the same women that we trying to protect. And it's just wasted energy a lot of time, trying to get them to understand, hey, I'm just trying to protect you. Who are you talking to?
Yeah, my mom, she used to get beat up by her boyfriend, and then I would call the police, and she would just she would say everything was okay, and I was ready for the dude to go. You know, I wanted to kill him myself. I wanted to hurt him myself. So when you have to experience your own mother getting beat to the pulp, it's a different vibration. It's not the same. So everybody doesn't see that. But I experienced it constantly. I mean, you have no idea. I saw my mother get her jaw broke by her own brother. I seen abuse. So I know what abuse can do to a child when you're coming from a child point. So I always stayed in this protective mode. So I don't see nothing else. It doesn't matter. It's not about you're a black woman, you're this. I'm glad that men want to beat down some other men that did this stuff. If I had to have my uncles or a real protective men to take this guy out, I wouldn't have cared. You know, I don't care nothing about a man putting his hand on a woman. At that point, I don't got no feelings for you. At that point, this is who I am. I don't like a man that put his hands on a woman. I really see that as a punk. I'm just keeping it real.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I don't even care if I don't care if it's a child. If he's 10 and he cracking with a baseball bat, do your thing. You know, that's just how I roll. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I digress.
And I was prepared to die or deal with any type of repercussions from beating up them grown men, because I had to go to school and get out the bus or come home from school. So yeah, I at the end of the day, it would have been at the end of the day, if something would have happened to me, I bet my mom would have got them locked up, but something would have actually happened. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I ain't worrying about me, because like you said, it's war. And I ain't got time to be sitting here pussyfooting around when it comes to war. I was at war with grown ass men. And I'm a little boy still going to school and coming home with my little book bag on. So it was straight war. Yeah. So I appreciate you for saying
So
that.
I have a question to kind of go into evolve the conversation a little bit. Are you part of Manosphere?
Hell no.
Oh, okay. That's okay, because that was going to lead to my next question. So because
those guys are a bunch of losers.
Oh, okay.
I
So what is
tell
your
them
so what,
on my own live streams. Those guys are losers.
hmm, do you so since you're not part of them, so I guess I can still ask you the question. Do you see those guys as abusers, online abusers? Because
Yes.
they spill a lot of hate on
Yes.
women, and women who hold themselves to a certain standard, we tend to be the casualties of war amongst that. So we
Yes.
we get clustered in, you know what I'm saying, with every black woman or every woman now. So that's why I want to know were you a part of that? Because I was going to say, well, if you're a part of that, then where is your protection for all women when it comes to the psychological abuse and the bullying that's happening right now? But of course, you're not part of that, so I respect that.
You're right. I was on a panel where it was going on, and I had to, I as a man, I would talk to certain dudes on a panel like, yo, you're not going to keep doing that. You know what I mean? And it happened again. I was like, all right, we're not doing this no more. I can't jump through no screen and fight nobody, but I can remove myself and I can do what I can to protect the women on the panel. You know what I'm saying? But all together, yes, like I do what I can to protect women that I ain't even around, like just on social media or whatever. And that's one of the reasons why I call all them dudes bums and losers, because I want the women to know that this is a distinct difference between me and them. I actually want to put together a new something, and so we can separate ourselves over here, so people know that it's the manosphere and then is the real dudes. Because right now, without us real dudes naming ourselves, if we on YouTube, we the manosphere, and I hate that.
Why did you decide to go
losers.
against what's his name? Tommy
Sotomayor.
Yeah, why did you decide to go against that girl, whatever he is?
Tommy Sotomayor. Why'd you debate Tommy Sotomayor?
Yeah, why'd you decide to go against him? What made you
go against him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I am somewhat new to the people on YouTube, right? So I didn't really know who the heck the Tommy guy was.
Mm-hmm.
So he has been on a panel a couple times with me, but I didn't know. It was like 2 times, but he was respectable on the panel. You know what I mean? So I didn't know who he was or whatever. And then people like, oh, he's Tommy, da 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 da. I'm like, what they got to do with me? He does this, he does that. I was like, oh, damn, okay, he's something, you know. But I don't just run around naming somebody something, you know. But the bottom, because people are like, he's part of Manosphere, and I'm not part of the Manosphere, you know. So somebody may label me wrong.
Women, that's what I like, because you have to protect them women.
Yeah, so I don't know him, and I'm not going to allow other people to just turn around and say, he did it. I need to know what he did myself. And I found out he's in Atlanta, so I'm like, okay, I don't know who this Tommy guy is, but he seemed to be cool. But look, a lot of people are like, he did this, he did that. So I don't know the guy. He was just on a panel with me. We don't even have each other's phone numbers. We follow each other, I think. DM'd each other or something, but I don't know the guy.
So how long, when did you decide to start going on YouTube and making this a YouTube situation?
I've had a YouTube channel since 2000 something, but I always looked at YouTube as you put your speeches on YouTube, and if somebody wants to find you or whatever. I found out about this black YouTube thing where all these black people be talking and stuff probably about 2.5, 3 years ago. So, but I wasn't friends with YouTubers, you know.
So prior to the YouTube, so you got some type of office or something? Because I'm trying to figure out when you decided that you was going to, you know, be this helper for women. What was you doing? Was you in some type of
in real life?
And you was going to different. I mean, was it what were you doing before coming on YouTube?
Well, I started off, I would go to schools, talk to the kids, you know what I'm saying? I was even able to see who was coming into the principal's office. And what's crazy is it was always girls fighting each other over a boy. Back when I was young, it was us going to the principal's office. Then I was like, wow, that's crazy, you know? So, and then I went to, so all together, I was mainly on Instagram and Facebook. Like I said, I thought YouTube was, you know, you put your little stuff up and if somebody wants to find you, like kind of like LinkedIn. You know, it's like a little thing where somebody wants to get some credibility from you or whatever. But I ran into Kevin Samuels and I was like, yo, who's this dude? And I started watching his stuff and I started finding out that it's a black YouTube thing. I looked at YouTube as how to fix a tire, or how to change an alternator, or how to change a light bulb, you know? So I was like, oh, wow, this is crazy. So then I started doing my own shows after that.
How'd you feel about Kevin Samuels?
I had issues with Kevin Samuels. So I'm not gonna say I didn't like him. I liked him. I started getting on YouTube, not coaching, but getting on YouTube because of him. So I do got to give him that credit. His setup, how nice he had music playing. Like I liked how his setup was. So I like what he did, but I didn't like what he said.
Okay.
Because all together, from what I studied from him, he would have chicks up, flame them, and everybody's like, and they'll super chat him mainly because he just flamed some girl,
right?
You know, and the women got to the point where they was like, oh, I'm gonna get him next. Oh, I'm gonna get him. Oh, because women have a narcissistic tendency to want to argue, so they find somebody to argue with, and now they want to argue with the man that finally, because it's the first man on the planet that actually wants to argue with women. Oh, I want to argue too. So next thing you know, it turned into a big ass circus. So I always looked at, I respect Kevin Samuels as far as how he built his platform from a professional standpoint, but the show was overall a circus. And I said that when he was living.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
1,000%. He was just reading off a spiel to me and probably paying some people to come on the channel.
Yeah, but, I'm not here to just make fun of women left and right.
I'm applauding the fact that you're saying that your job mainly is to protect and take up for women. I know there's probably a lot of people that don't agree with you. Delsinaire, before how long before you want to open up the pen? There's so many people in the chat.
Yeah, so I guess we can do it at that 1:30 mark. Duchess, were you going to say anything? Then I'm going to jump in.
Sorry, Duchess, I apologize.
No, you're fine. It seems to me, and I just want to ask you, because I asked somebody this the last time and they jumped down my throat. I just want to know your sign. This is just my own personal thing. I like to know people's sign when I'm talking to them. Is that okay?
Yes.
What's your sign?
Yes.
I'm getting earth vibes, but it could be wrong.
Earth. Taurus,
Water.
Water?
What, Cancer? A Scorpio?
Okay.
No, Pisces.
Really?
Oh, Pisces.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I would never guess that.
Yeah.
Wow, a very outspoken Pisces. Okay.
I'm actually quiet.
Okay, you quiet on that. Yeah, because my son that's 21, he's a Pisces, and he spends a lot of time online, but he's quiet around me. But
yeah, I'm quiet.
Yeah, the Pisces tend to hold a lot of things in too, and they experience a lot of things. People tend to impose a lot of their will onto them. So I can kind of see your very protective nature as a water sign, because that's the nurturing spirit of the water.
I should have known
Mhm.
it was the
And
Pisces.
you hear how he blew up at the end and said, "Look
They
here."
never let anything go, girl. They never let
Oh,
it
I
go.
said what?
Here and there.
Bring it up.
When it got to that point and he said, "Look here, it's gonna go like this, and I'm finna do this, and it's gonna be."
Yeah,
That's a true Pisces.
right.
Yeah, that is. But
They tolerate, and then after they can't tolerate,
tolerated no
Mhm.
more. Yeah, it builds up. It
Everybody got to
builds
sit
up.
down. Yep.
yeah, a Pisces
Yeah.
will tolerate, and then when they can't
We
tolerate,
observe.
yeah,
Remember, I said I spent a lot of time observing all these dumb people around me.
Yeah, so that makes sense now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like how Taurus is, you know how analytical we are and we observe all the bullshit around us.
Oh, you're a Pisces too?
I'm a Taurus.
Oh, okay.
I'm an analytical person, and I'm Earth, so I analyze everything, especially bullshit.
But you might have a lot of earth in your birth on your natal chart. So that could be the very strong I'm not gonna say stubborn, but your principles that you stand on. So is that how you are in your relationships with women? Do you feel like you have to be the dominant one, the alpha male, is my way, no way? Or do you allow your significant other to share that role with you? Because that's kind of been our topic too, like sharing the roles. How do you see that?
Well, I don't have to be anything. And it's not going against what you're asking. I don't do anything. I don't have to do any to be, I don't like, I have principles, So the women I date, they feel safe around me. When we walk down the street, I walk on the outside of them. There's certain things that I require from a safety standpoint. I don't hold the door and do all this other stuff because I'm a gentleman. I don't care about the gentleman shit. I'm a protector. So I operate in a form of bodyguard protection. You know what I mean? So I don't care about all that little sappy gentleman mess. My job is to make sure that I bring you back home to your mama or your daddy every time you go out with me.
and that's
I don't
a
care about all the
Scorpion
stuff.
nature. That's a Scorpion nature, so that's still water nature.
Water, yeah. Do you coach men too, or you strictly
Yeah.
focus on women?
I do one-on-ones with men. So I coach. I do one-on-ones with more men than women. Men reach out to me and do one-on-ones, but I have a coaching group where that is all women. So the specific thing about the women thing is I want to make sure that women have a safe space and they can open up and talk about, different things, childhood trauma. And a lot of women don't want to do that in a room or a chat room or a Zoom call with men. You know what I'm saying? So it's not specific, like I only do this with women, but no, I set a safe environment for women to be able to be vulnerable and talk about different things. And, because a lot of women, they go through a lot and they don't want some dude that's going to turn around or potentially can turn around and be like, ooh, I'm in her city. Let me see if I can hit her up. Ooh, she go through this. I can use this and get in. You know what I'm saying? So they're the conversations we have are private. So that's the reason why it's specifically women. I coach men also, but I have to make sure that that environment is women only. So can't no fox come in the hen house type of thing.
So when coaching the men, because I'm just curious, what's the age group and what is the most concerns that men are having when they feel like they need some type of alternative support from another man? What are they coming to you for?
Most of everybody that comes to me is going to be like, the opposite sex did this, he did this, she did that, and I always like, all right, stop all that. What's really happening?
Cry baby, huh?
Because none of our issues have anything to do with the damn opposite sex. It's our childhood, it's our issues, it's our attachment styles, it's our habits, it's our fears, and or our coping mechanisms. Ain't got nothing to do with no woman. It got a lot to do with the thing that we're running from, that a woman or a man can actually alleviate ourselves in the moment from. That's really all we really doing out here. We just running from our own trauma and using sex or just being around the opposite sex as a way to get away from Jason. But I want to talk about Jason.
He said, "Get away from Jason."
And I know we're about to open up the panel really shortly, and I thank you so much for your question, Duchess, because it ran into what I wanted to ask about the title, which is why do Black men and Black women hate each other, or do they even hate each other? But it sounds like you do believe the basis of where our competition or why Black men and Black women are having this gender war right now is because of trauma that they haven't dealt with, childhood traumas, and not having the proper boundaries as far as to know how to seek relationships and building family. So, what do you think is the solution for us that want to show that we love Black men, and for the Black men that want to show that they love Black women?
Once we realize that we aren't going to hurt the other person. Men feel like if we marry y'all, just like Eva Longoria, terrible ass, y'all run around divorcing us when we actually do. You know, the man turns around and adopt one of her children, right? She has a baby by some loser, and she gets with this politician guy. Great, I don't know the guy, but seems like a great upstanding guy. He has 2 kids with her, and next thing you know, he's like, yo, I want to adopt your child so all of us have the same name. This goddamn woman turns around and divorces the damn man. Now he got to pay child support for all 3 goddamn children. So stuff like that we have to deal with. Like, we can't trust these damn women. You know, they're going to do this. So even if we do give our all or just do everything that y'all want us to do, adopt your kids, take care of your kids that aren't ours, there's a fear that we going to turn around and get screwed over, right? And then at the same time with women, you know, y'all got 1,000 fears with us. We might, you know, abuse y'all, cheat on y'all, leave y'all, all these different things, leave y'all for a younger woman and all these other things. So y'all fears are valid too. But once we get to the point where we just all can just be like, all right, I'm not afraid of you and you're not afraid of me. Let's do this thing. That right there will literally put us in a position where we can all settle down, get married, and be with each other. But just remember, when we do that, y'all turn around and divorce us.
What do you think are the most common reasons for divorce, or why women are divorcing the men at such a high rate?
Nothing. In all honesty, it's social media. I think women have an inner whore in them, or inner hot girl in them, inner Meg Thee Stallion in them. And one of the things that I see on a normal basis is 40-year-old women still trying to be fine and sexy and sleep with young dudes or whatever, or thinking they can get young dudes or whatever. So next thing you know, you've been out the game for a certain amount of time. The streets start calling you. You want some followers. You want to post the same things that other women are posting. But since you're a wife, you can't do this, you can't do that. So social media is just having you like, you know, because all together, somebody's wife ain't going to be all on social media doing all this stuff. Some stuff, yeah, but and it looks fun because I'm on social media and it is fun. I love what I do. So to a certain degree, a wife who say a woman marries a man, a man marries a woman, whatever, there's a lot of things that she can't do or be involved with. And I think at some point she's just like, I want to play. I want to get out here, whatever. But why I can't do this and that? I feel I feel smothered. And it was some video where, and I don't condone this, but a woman was saying the reason why women leave marriages is because, you know, they have children and she gets tired of doing all the chores around the house without feeling appreciated. And I'm like, so aren't those chores still gonna be there when the dude ain't there? So that can't be what it is. You still got to wash clothes, cook, and all this, and even if the husband ain't helping you with the child, which is wrong. So even if the husband ain't helping you with the child, getting rid of the husband, what is that gonna do? You still ain't gonna get the help with the damn child, you know? So it's like, what are you doing? But at the end of the day, I think it's I wanna play. I wanna be free. I wanna get out here and shake my ass. I wanna get out here or have the option or the ability to shake my ass if I want to shake my ass. And I just think a lot of women are just big ass kids, and they are in direct competition with the 20, 25-year-olds. Because we all, for the first time in civilization history, we all are in the same room with each other. All of us, well, I don't know about all, but some of us are in our 40s, and we are in the same room with a damn 30-year-old.
And some of us look just as good as the 30 years old.
But I know, but think about that though. That's what I'm saying. So since we all are in the same room, 40-year-olds in the same room as 25-year-olds, the 40-year-olds will be like, shit, I could do that, man, please. And they want to get back out there with the 20-year-olds.
Oh no, I don't want to do that, but I know I look just as good as them.
But do you understand the mindset that could be affecting a lot of these women?
Oh, that could. Make sure you say
good.
I get what you're saying, and because we do know in the foundation, women do like attention.
Yes.
I do think men do overemphasize that when it comes to divorce, that it's all about attention. I think, of course, there's some women that are like they miss attention from other men and they go back or anything, but I think it's definitely negating the point of that some women are cheated on. Some are having financial issues. That's a huge problem. Some mother-in-laws are overstepping their boundary to the point where, I mean, there's just all kinds of reasons why people are divorcing and women are.
There you go, baby.
And I want to add to that I also think that women get married based on trends because their friends get married, their colleagues, their college friends. I know a lot of women in my age group who got married, who are divorced. We're young. I'm 38 years old. So I know a lot of girls, you know, I got my first marriage, I was young, but that wasn't a trend. That was my maturing marriage.
Right.
But I know a lot of women who do that. And especially with social media, everybody want to have something to prove now, you know, and every woman want to say, I got a man. So they get with people that they're not compatible with anyway, and proceed to have these relationships that are not, they have no chemistry from the beginning. So I get what you're saying. I see it happen. I think a lot of women do it for clout. I've seen that. I know women who have got with men for clout just so they can, you know, boss up to another female and say, hey, he married me. And they don't even like the guy. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen that, and it happens a lot more than what we know. So I see where you said it becomes child's play. It really does.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a definitely a level of maturity when you get married. You know, so I prefer my men older. I like my men wiser. I'm married to an older man. I always say I'd rather be an old man's honey than a young man's fool. So I think it's just a level of maturity, but I do see the playground, and I see that with men too. They do it too. You know, so they do it.
Be like Anthony out here looking stupid, old as hell, letting young dude. Virtually, Erykah Badu. Virtually all these old chicks that we grew up watching, they all are single, no man, and getting ran through by young dudes. I'm just saying. And it's all because of social media. They get so starved for that attention. What's the what's the best 3-pointer shooter in the world
right now? Steph Curry.
Steph Curry's wife is almost attention whorish. For the last 3 years, she's running around trying to be an attention whore. She's almost at a point where she's going to divorce the man so she gets some damn attention. She done said it so many times. So yeah, a lot of these women, they just can't keep their butts off of social media. And when they got a man and you can't do it, And you got one?
Men can't
Oh,
stay
you want to
out of
post
these
it.
women's faces.
Wait 1 second. I do want to ask a couple of questions and then definitely get back to the conversation. First, Sister Freedom, did you want to go ahead and drop the link to open
Oh,
up the
sure,
panel so
definitely,
we
baby.
can ask questions? And then Mr. Letgo, did you want me to go ahead and put the link on your YouTube and Facebook as well for people to join in? Or how did you
Yeah. So actually let me see. Oh, I don't have a
Letgo, you better take back what you said about Erica Badu. That's my girl.
Erica
I'm
Badu got
messing
3
with
baby.
you. I'm messing with you.
Erica Badu got 3 baby daddies, and she out here sleeping
Oh,
with a 20-year-old.
why you gonna talk about her because she can't get to you? That's making you a YouTube bully.
Shit.
No.
Mr. Echo, I wanted to say that I see a lot of men out here doing the same thing, being attention whores on social media. They
That's right.
love attention. A lot of the older men too. They're out. They're on social media. They're clowning like I don't know what. They're worse than the women. I'm not even gonna lie about that. I done told you the truth so far, but I'm telling you the truth now. These brothers on here, these men on here, they're attention whores. They love the attention of the younger women, all the women. They love that. They love all the attention.
I'm just saying why women are leaving marriages partly is because of the attention whorism. Is all I'm saying. I agree with you on that. But most marriages are ended by women, and I just wanted to share the reason why I think it's happening.
It's something I put you on the mute thing because it's feedback, baby. But go ahead, Mr. Let Go. I couldn't hear you because it was a feedback sound.
Oh, okay. No, I'm agreeing with her. But I was just specifically saying why marriages are ending. Because like I said, we'll turn around and marry y'all and do all that other stuff. Y'all still turn around and just ruin every damn thing. It's just crazy. Like, why?
Can I say something to that? I think for a lot of women that turn around and divorce men, there's many women that's not honest with themselves about marrying the men. They're not really being honest that they're not compatible with that type of man. They're marrying for reasons more other than true love or love. It could be any reason, but it's not for love. So women marry for a lot of reasons, and a lot of times it's not for love. So I vowed I wouldn't just marry somebody for money or status or anything like that. And I'm not afraid to be with myself other than being with somebody material. Because I mean, I can be with somebody just for material, but who wants to continue to play that game? I don't like games. So when we be honest with ourselves of who we are, then it will be much easier when you do get with someone. So I mean, I believe that's the reason for a lot of the divorces is that women really aren't loving these men. Like men, it do, like you said, they may take a little longer to actually learn to love that woman. But once he really loves her, the love is different from a woman. When a woman don't really love a man, especially if she falls out of love with him, she's going to leave him. But a man will stay in that relationship no matter what. It's different. You know what I'm saying? The love is totally different. So I get what you're saying on that part.
Oh,
I digress.
Sister Noble, I did put the chat, the link in the chat. Goddess, I did put the link in the chat for
and I just put it again for you guys to try.
Thank you, Dulcinea.
Well, the link don't work.
Oh, wait a minute, did I put the wrong link in? I did. I put the wrong.
I just put the right one in, so I think it worked for someone on the stream. Hi, Akine. Peace.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
How's it going?
Thank you.
Good. Hey, Mr. LetGo, what's up?
What's going on, brother?
Not too much. I think we've messed.
1 second, y'all.
We haven't run into each other on La Peak.
Excuse me. Sister Noble, Dulcinea just put the correct link in. I think I put the wrong one in. So look for Dulcinea's name, and that's the correct one, Sister Noble. Thank you, Dulcinea. Thank you. Okay, here. Wait a minute. Let me see. Can I get? Okay. Who is that? Oh, come on now. Oh,
How you ladies doing?
Doing good. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank
How are
you.
you doing tonight?
Hello.
Doing okay, doing okay. I hope it's gonna end up well between all of us.
Well, should I light an incense? Maybe
So
say a
Uh,
prayer.
Put
pray,
put an incense on and and say a prayer.
please, please don't say nothing wrong. Just go ahead and get it out.
Right? Do
Okay,
you have a question or comment or anything for us
it's
tonight?
gonna become it's gonna be
I
comments
mean,
and stuff.
I got
Okay,
a question and a comment.
and I
I got
don't and I would like you guys to ask questions as well because I'm like, okay, put it this way, I'm a very traditionalist. I'm a traditionalist. I'm very traditional. So most of my comments are going to be based on tradition. You see what I'm saying? And when I talk, I do talk about women behavior within men in a traditional setting.
But talk about the
So,
men's behavior, not the women's.
and I also no, it's going to be both of them. And another thing is this. Let me put this real quick to you guys, right? I know we have different cultures, you see, but it's
Can you say,
not.
I'm sorry, can you say where you're from? I just was
I'm from
curious.
I'm from Nigeria,
Oh,
but
Nigeria.
I live in Dallas.
my bloodline's
So,
from Nigeria too.
oh, great. I also live in Dallas. So put it this way, right? Based on what you guys were saying earlier, it is incumbent and cumbersome of a man to protect a woman at all times. So if a man is going to put his life or risk his life for you, you definitely have to abide by his wishes because you're entrusting your security to him. And another thing again is this, right? You don't marry for love. Because the reason why marriage is sucked today is because most people marry for love. Love is an emotion. You see what I'm saying? A man puts his life online because not because he loves a woman, but because he has a duty to do that. Marriage is duty, not love. You see what I'm saying? Because when you start using love to describe something, then it gets confusing because you're operating on emotion. It is a woman's nature to operate in emotion. That is not bad. But you shouldn't marry because you want to. You marry somebody for love. You marry because you have a duty to. You have a duty to serve your husband and you have a duty to raise your kids. Then it's the duty of a man to provide and protect his family. Provide for your family and protect them. It's your duty, not for love. You see what I'm saying? Because when God made a man, he didn't tell a man to go out there and find a woman you love. He said, get a woman, go and live with it, go and bring a woman into your house, protect and provide for her, and raise your kids and populate the earth.
Yep, she's a helpmate,
She's
not
a
the
helper,
lover. We ain't got time
not
for
a
all that
lover.
shit.
That's the problem that y'all
Yes.
got right now is that book.
Well, I think, well, I didn't know if you were done, Ikine. I don't want to cut
Go
you off.
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that I definitely agree with a lot of the foundation of what you're saying. I think I'm a little different in belief that marriage to me is the duty. And I do believe that there is love in marriage because love is like the family, it's what you're building. So, to me, love is a choice. It's a choice you have to make every day you wake up and you have to choose, your family, your husband, your wife, not be for the streets, as MrLetGo was explaining earlier, because you choose to say, hey, I don't want anything that's in the streets. I have my family and my family is enough for me. But I think that is like the action of that is love. And I think what we equated is into this like or something that's not what love really is, or because we just want it to be a feeling or emotion. But love really, when you're acting on it, it's much deeper than that.
Let me put it this way for you. Let me put it this way for you. When you say duty, it scares a woman. She doesn't like duty. Women like to operate in emotion. That is called love because it gives her advantage. It makes her feel
You used the
dominant.
word duty, not her.
You see what I'm saying, right?
You
And
do
the thing
you
is,
used the word duty, not her. She just was backing up
no, no.
said duty.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. I used duty when I started this conversation. So what I'm saying is, in essence, is this: duty tells you that you have to.
You have to. See, women don't think they have to do nothing.
You see what I'm saying?
That sounds so
Duty tells you you have to, but love tells you that, Mr. Letgo, can you help me do this?
But usually
Because
women
she's
are
trying
doing
to
the
trick
heavy
you.
lifting in a marriage. Women are usually
So
doing all the heavy lifting in a marriage. So what
let
are
me
you
tell you
talking
Women ain't
something.
about?
doing
We
no
don't
heavy
feel like we
lifting
don't
in the
have to do
Let
marriage.
me
anything.
tell
What are you
the
talking
reason why
about?
the
I'm
reason why
saying,
you
but
said that
most women
the
are
reason
doing
why.
all the
Can you
heavy
let the man
lifting
okay,
in a
finish?
marriage.
Ma'am, can you let the
no.
man
Okay,
finish?
can you
Wait, 1
okay,
second.
Okay, go
let,
ahead. Go ahead. Go
let
ahead.
me let me put it this way. Women
Ask
are,
a question, not give a sermon. Are you going to ask the question to Mr. Lego, sir?
Oh well, he
okay,
was making a
put
comment,
it
but
this way.
let
Put it
me
this way.
before you start, Akine, again. I just want to go ahead. Let's start the timer so you can go ahead and get fully out what you're saying in 2 minutes. I'm going to give you a timer of that
Okay,
just to make sure we have it and go in order. And then Mr. Let Go, you'll reply first, and then we can have the next person kind of join in
no,
too.
no, the next person can go ahead and talk. That's fine. I'll wait.
Okay, are you done? Because we got
Yes.
so many people waiting to get in.
Okay.
Okay, so you can go ahead and let yourself down.
Okay,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
sir.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
But yeah, I agree with him pertaining to duty. Women have a childlike way of living, looking at life, and I embrace that childlike way of looking at life because we are here to keep y'all safe from yourselves. So I have no problem with that.
That sounds crazy as hell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. My bad. Let me stop.
No,
You know what? I got a
Jasper.
question. I just got a question. And then I'm gonna drop down. Okay. I got a question. I'm gonna drop down. Okay. I just got a question. Okay. Have you ever had like one-on-one consultations with women involved in cults? And do you help women involved in cults? Okay, who are being stalked or abused by their current mates or exes? That's it.
Okay, you said a cult, and then you said
Yes.
stalking.
Well, do you help women who come to you who are currently involved in cults that are currently being stalked or
So these
abused
two
by
different
their current
things: a
mates or
cult
exes?
or being stalked.
Okay, let me
I
ask
think
the
either
question.
or, and I
Let me
think
ask
he's
you
saying.
let me ask the question again because I probably didn't
You
make
said,
myself clear
am
the
I
first time.
wrong? A cult is
No,
a group of
no. Let
people
me
that
ask the
doing
question
crazy
again.
shit.
Let me ask the question again. Okay.
Okay.
Do you help women? I just want to know, do you help women involved in a cult who are being currently stalked or abused by their current mates or exes? That's it.
Okay, these are two different questions. So the
Mhm.
first question is, I have not helped a woman being involved in a cult. That's the
No,
first thing.
no, that's
The
not the first
second,
question,
but,
sir.
but
Sir, sir,
can
sir.
I finish?
I had
The
that
second,
was not the question.
ma'am, you asked the
Have
question
you
three
ever
times.
had
Apparently,
one-on-one sessions with a
ma'am,
woman who
can you calm
told you
down for
that
a
she
second?
was in a
Calm
cult?
down
That's
for a
all I
second.
want to know.
Calm down.
Okay?
Calm down.
That's a
Calm down.
question. No,
I
you
need you to
calm
calm
down.
down for a second,
Have you ever had one-on-one sessions
ma'am,
with a woman who
ma'am,
told you that she was
ma'am.
involved in
I'm
a
answering
cult?
your
Okay,
That's
question.
Sister
Stop
question
Nova,
talking
I
number
for a
think he's
one.
second.
gonna answer now. I think he's
Can somebody
answering.
Okay.
stop this woman from
That's
talking?
question number one. Yeah.
Okay, so the first question is, I've never helped somebody in a cult. The
Okay.
second question
Thank you.
is, I've had conversations with women who not in the process of hiding from somebody that's stalking them, but yeah, I've talked to women who said they had stalkers or had a stalker or whatever, but not in the process of I'm hiding from the stalker and I hope he don't find me type of thing. But
Okay.
the cult
Got it.
thing, I don't know about it.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is that Uncle Samora? Hey, Uncle Samora. Why is this man still down here? He's
Salute,
so sick.
salute, salute. Can you guys hear
Hello.
me?
What's going on, Leonard?
Oh, I
Hey,
think Leonard was
what's
here
what?
first. 1 second. Sister Freedom and Yasef. Peace, brother Yasef. If Leonard could speak first and then Yasef.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, he and I had talked before on some stuff. Had a good time. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. When if you look at things like statistically, uh, 69% of the time, women initiate divorces and they're very happy at first because they think they have all the freedom to da, da, but then all that freedom comes with a price of a lack of stability. See, freedom
Yep. And
comes
when
with
that
a
part hits them, it hits them.
yeah, it comes with a lack of stability. Like, with my situation, she didn't divorce me, I divorced her, and she was in Chicago, all on social media, at this bar, that bar, the other bar, all these pictures are up. Yeah, I'm living my best life. And this, I'm sitting there like with your AARP card, right? Okay, that's a beautiful thing. Post divorce.
And that's what they be doing, y'all.
Now, post divorce, mind you, I'm in a, I call modest house, but it's on a half an acre of land. There's a Mercedes Benz in the garage that
Talk to him, Leonard.
she said she was interested in at one time. That I laid a plan out, and I'll explain the plan out for you simply. First, it was a BMW 325i. Okay, at the time, those were running like 33,000. Right now, I'm a United States soldier going back and forth to Iraq. We get paid roughly $1,300-$1,500 a month extra per month that we're over there. I know I have to be over there for 14 to possibly 17 months. I say, look, the combat pay, put that to the side. When I get back, going to the dealership, what do you want to put down on this vehicle? That whole whop of money, right?
Yeah.
And of course, with that whop of money, you're going to get 0.9% financing on a 48-month car note, which means the car note is going to be probably about $179 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Then after a year and a half again, I go back to another combat zone because that's a standard rotation. I just pay the whole thing off. You don't have 3 years in that vehicle. And if you want to trade up to the 740 or the 760, you got excellent trade-in value and you could bump that up.
So what happened?
She came into the marriage with a $500 a month car note for a Mitsubishi Galant. I was like, I told you, you could have drove the Stratus.
But what ended up happening though?
Huh?
What ended up happening? Get to the story.
Yeah, what ended up happening is this one got lonely, got child and girlfriend to move into the house, was short cutting on the bills. They repossessed her car. I bought her another one. Infinity Q45. Then she got into her, my life was just, wanted to be out there in the streets, wanted to be in the streets.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, take the car and whatever belongs to you in this house and go ahead. I mean, I'll pay your lawyer. Just let me know what's happening. She thought it was a joke.
Get out of here, right?
Until somebody knocked on her mother's door because I knew she wasn't going to be no place but her mother. It's like, you don't have a job waiting on you. You're going to move in with your mother.
Oh, and she didn't even work?
Delsnea.
So, boom. She got served divorce papers. That's when it got real.
Okay, what were you saying, Sister Freedom?
I was just telling you to look at your text.
I don't have my phone.
That's when it got real. And now it's like, all that watch me on YouTube know basically, I'm like, yeah, I'm gardening. I got a whole thing of corn growing in the back, strawberries, you name it. I done turned into Farmer Brown. That's my interest. This is my first go around trying to grow stuff too, because I'm bored.
But let's cause we got other people up here. I want to get to
I understand that. But to get to the end, I'm living in a nice house, 2-car attached garage on half an acre of land, getting a nice $50,000 a year tax-free pension, not paying property taxes or anything. This one is still in Chicago trying to rebuild life after 50. And I'm like, hey, You want to be in the streets, so the streets can have you. I could do
Yep.
better by myself.
Yep.
It's all in the decision, decision making of the individual. You have to make a critical thought. Is it better that I do this, or is it better that I go solo and do my own thing?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So would you ever get married again?
Yeah, I want to
A lot of
say something to
sisters,
Mr. Lee.
They want a man, but they don't want a man.
Hold on. They want to ask you a question.
They want a man. They want a husband.
Hold on, Leonard. They want to ask you a question.
Yeah, they want a husband, but they don't want the responsibilities of. Okay, go ahead.
It's more of a statement.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more of a statement. Leonard, you seem like you could be a great provider, but in my perspective, it's deeper than that. Maybe y'all just wasn't compatible. Maybe it was, it just wasn't divine timing. I know you running us down at everything that you offered her, but there was something missing deep in your soul that you couldn't give her. Regardless if she turned it up right now, which that's her business. Regardless of that, y'all weren't compatible, and you have to accept that and find a woman who's willing to love you, not for what you can offer them, but what your soul can connect with them. That's what's more important.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Let me add into that. The foundation of it all was due to past abuse prior to me that she could have got counseling for free while she was a military wife, and I suggested she did so.
Why you pick her?
Say again?
Why you pick her?
Because we met initially back in life.
No, we don't need to know the story. She's right, is all I'm saying. Duchess is right. You picked a woman that had a lot of issues, and because the same thing what I would say about a woman picking a loser dude, you picked a woman
but
that
I didn't know in advance. That's the difference. I didn't know in advance.
You didn't vet her properly. It still goes back to you. I was going to
ask, how did you vet her? How did you
didn't vet her?
What was your procedure of vetting her to be like, this woman is my wife and needs to be my wife? Right. What did you do beforehand?
Okay. From past relationship to where we were currently as adults that reconnected, employment wise, you work, you're providing this and that. You have a son that's almost 18. You're trying to progress forward. You want out of Chicago. I'm not going back to Chicago. This is a good option. We seem to be right here. We appeared.
Leonard,
hold on.
We're talking about emotional stuff. You talking about Chicago, like, it doesn't seem like you vetted her properly at all. And I don't
know anything about proper vetting.
And that's all we're saying. The point is, you picked the wrong woman because you did not vet her properly. But it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm 60 years old. I don't come from the school of vetting women. You know what I mean?
I get you. But we just go
back
ahead.
Back in the day, as long as you were a man,
hold on, Leonard,
and providing, you
Leonard,
were good.
We gotta go to the next person. We appreciate it though.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming up, Leonard. I would definitely say Duchess's advice is really good to really take that in. You could really find someone that's meant for you just with the proper vetting the next time and just see, because sometimes certain people aren't for us.
I'm 60. I'm done with all that. I'm 60. I'm done with all that stuff. Now I'll pass.
Yeah.
But enjoyed the show though. You all keep going. I'm going to drop down.
I appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe so you.
I did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm subscribed to MrLetGo.
All right, shout out to you, Leonard.
Subscribe to
All right, hey, bro. And the He Cute Dose. Remember the He Cute Dose. Remember that. You're supposed to have been spreading that. They get the He Cute Dose.
Yeah, I remember.
Remember that conversation? Yeah.
He talking about me. He talking about what women be saying. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you got to work that for me, brother. You got that big following. I don't. You got to work that. I want that to become catchy. The He
I'm
Cute
gonna remember.
Dose.
All right,
okay.
I remember.
Leonard, make sure you subscribe to Unscrambled Minds too. That's
Okay, I'm gonna have to
They're
find it
coming
on
on from
YouTube.
mine, so I don't think they see it. So
okay.
their channel is Unscrambled Minds.
Thank
So
you.
look that up.
Unscramble
Okay,
without.
I'm gonna look that up right now.
Thank
Okay.
you, Leonard.
All right,
And
man.
Okay,
Have a good
all
one.
right. You all have a nice night.
All right.
Thank you. Peace,
Okay,
Leonard.
bye bye.
Peace, Goddess. Thank you for joining us. And peace, Brother Yosef.
that's Uncle
Leonard out there, a whole sugar daddy.
right.
Right, he did. He put it out there. He has a car, house, lady. He says he's not looking, but 60.
Sister Noble said, why was he telling everybody I'm the wrong person? How much money he got?
Facts. Facts. He told you the house is on a quarter acre. Y'all looking for farming.
He was financial thirst
His
trapping.
email address.
That was a financial thirst trap. He was financially thirst trapping.
You ain't had to say that, Mr. Letgo. That was wrong. That was a shame.
Our titties is our money.
Mm-hmm. You ain't have to say that either. Now, go
He
ahead.
was looking for more benefit. He was looking for more beneficiaries.
Yeah.
That's a daggone shame.
We be wanting to show our titties off sometimes too. Y'all ain't the only ones with titties. We got our titties is our money.
Not skinny as he was, but go ahead, Uncle Samora.
Thank you very much, and salute to everyone on the panel and the chat. Yes, every time. I would like to ask the gentleman, being that you have a podcast, I just want to know what the reaction is from the females to your content, so to speak.
Cuss him out.
Like I said before, the biggest issue with our women is all they want to do is argue with the men that are trying to protect them, and it's due to their trauma and damaged neuroception, because they see good things or things that can potentially protect you as bad, and ice cream and dumb shit as the things that they want. So
you don't think it's because of the other manosphere? They just automatically think that you're a manosphere person too. They might just automatically think that, and they just already in attack mode.
Well, in all honesty, a lot of people aren't even on YouTube. Like, it's just when a man says critiques or says anything about what women must do, they're like children. You can't tell me what to do. Da, 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 da. So it just automatically turns argumentative. It ain't even about manosphere. It's like that on Facebook. It's like that on Instagram. It's like that. We do live shows. It's like that with the live shows. It's ridiculous. But
would you like it if a woman said to you, act just like a little boy, talking all stupid and silly? All men are just children. Just sounds so stupid and silly.
Well, I would have a conversation with her. I wouldn't be like, you're not. I wouldn't call her a narcissist.
Like women are children is disrespectful.
I wouldn't call her a narcissist. I wouldn't say she hates. I wouldn't say she hates men. I wouldn't run around and whine and say crazy shit in her comment section. I would just be like, I wonder what's up with this woman. And I would lean in farther. Like, what do you mean? See, I have a tell me more mindset that I teach to the women that I coach. So no matter what you hear, instead of who you think you're talking to, it's, oh, tell me more. So, for example, Freedom, if you were to say you're a narcissist, I wouldn't be like, who are you talking to? I would say, why do you think I'm a narcissist? I probably would say that too. Yourself. I hope I say your name right. If you say, yo, he's a bitch, instead of like, who you talking to? I'd be like, why you say that, brother? So I believe in leaning in and trying to get more information when a person seems to not like you or say something that you don't agree with. Because my whole point is, if we're running around arguing with people that we disagree with, we're idiots, because we don't know everything. And somebody else may have a different perspective that can help me. So I'm not an idiot. I'm just going to lean in and find out more information.
You do know
because
that's
I'm an
your own
adult
opinion, though, right? Whatever you can tell them is your own opinion.
But
Because,
I use the word perspective.
Right, your own. Yeah, I agree with you. Your own
And
perspective.
everybody has the right to a perspective. Now, if I'm like, you bitches and y'all, now that's a different story, you know?
Right.
But even in a women or children thing, why do you think women are children? You know, just a conversation.
Right, it's just a conversation, but it does get the women stirred up. I guess that's what you use to get people stirred up, and because that's so disrespectful. Because nobody would say would like for me to soft this. Men are boys; they're not. They so stupid. Men would not like that. Any man would not like a woman to come on and start off with anything like that. It's just.
But men don't live off what we like and what we don't like.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No, we don't. We actually don't.
We have relationship conversations and
hold on. No, we like kitties and stuff. I'm talking about little life stuff, survival stuff. We don't care about what we don't like. We hear something like if a man comes in like I'm not gonna say, "Ooh, I don't like what he said." Men don't operate like that. We like a type of car or like a type of food or like a type of woman, but we don't operate off of information, off of what we like and don't like. If somebody says something I don't like, I'm gonna listen. I don't care about liking it or not. It's not a car or it's not some food.
Not all men are like that. Seriously.
Almost all men operate somewhat the same. Okay. And to a certain degree, if we like something, that ain't gonna make us do it. It's bigger than that. So when it comes to women, they interpret things and I don't like what he said. And to a certain degree, just like everything that we talked about, just like when Leonard said the woman wants to do this and that or whatever, even though Leonard was wrong, you could say that was a little childlike with her. Whatever he said, he did. There's a lot of things that women do is literally childlike, and overall, we are your protectors like your father.
We are your protectors like your mother.
Y'all aren't protecting nobody.
No, we
don't protect nobody for nothing.
Oh, absolutely, we are your protectors.
You're not.
Absolutely. Do you need me to explain to you why we are also your protectors?
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, we protected you when we carried you in our womb for 9 months. Okay, that's number one. Wait a minute, let me finish. When you come home from work and you are tired, okay, and you need, protection has a lot of things that come under the definition of protection. When you don't feel good and we make you feel better, we are protecting you. When you come home and you're hungry and your food, we are protecting your stress level. We are protecting your anxiety. When you come home and you need to feel a different type of way, we are protecting your mindset. It ain't all about all the time physically. It's about your life set.
And we're also your spiritual protectors.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We pray for you. We gather the things we need to protect you from the unseen. We might not be physical, but we do set a tone into the universe that protects our family, our men, our children. We are that feminine energy that's a little bit different. That's why our roles are our roles are combined, but it's in different dualities.
Right.
So men are more physical, women are more spiritual. So we have a different type of connection that can protect men in a very powerful way. And I think that's another thing that a lot of men downplay. Not saying that men are not spiritual, because I do tend to feel like some men are not, but there are men who are. And I think that when you had your praying grandmother, whether she's religious or not, she put that out into the ether. She put that out into the universe to protect you. Some things, everything happens for a reason. So I know some people say, well, my grandmother prayed for me and it still happened. Well, life's a lesson and we know that. So,
I can understand what y'all are saying, but I'm mainly talking about the community and just like in the world. A guy's woman, yes, I understand that, but we're talking about just the community, just people out in this world. Women are protected by men. Y'all call the police, things like that. So I'm just saying, out in the world, as single people, men protect women. So in a relationship, yes, I agree with y'all. But remember, you like we protect y'all, and I was talking about community stuff. So men protect women, but women want to argue with the man when he's trying to protect them. So that's community stuff. So I understand what y'all saying, 1000%.
Thank you. I was just
Can
trying
I
to make it,
also can I
you
just
know,
say that I feel that
you know what
sorry,
I'm
go
saying,
ahead.
Mr. Letgo. I'm sorry, some more, Mr.
It's
Letgo.
all right.
Yes, protection comes. It's a lot because men. Yes, you protect us in a different way because women also protect physically too. Okay, we can't just say it's just men. Okay, because we know during slavery, women protected men too. And
No,
even
no, no,
now
no, 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 no,
today,
no.
even now
Women, no, no,
today,
no.
even now
Women
today, we
did
protect.
not protect
I don't
men
want to go
in
into that
slavery.
because it's a
Nowhere in
fact.
hell.
It's a fact that we protect
It is not. It
through
is
slavery.
absolutely not.
It's a
Women were
fact,
the actual
sir.
enemy
It's a fact, sir.
in slavery.
It's a fact, sir.
Women protected the white man. Black women
We
protected
protected from
the
you from being
white man.
hooked.
The women protected the white man from their sons. Because on the plantation, they killed the father. Hold on. They killed the father, scared the shit out of the mother, and the mother thought she was protecting her sons from escaping or revolting, but she actually kept the black men from revolting. That was not protection. She thought it was protection. But that's one of the reasons why we stayed slaves for 400 damn years.
That's a
because
lie.
we could not go against our own mothers.
You need
So
to
the
read
only
more
person,
books.
the main females that were on the plantation was our mothers and our aunts. And we stayed up under their thumb because we were not there when our dads got killed. She was still pregnant with us. So by the time we were born and we knew what was going on, she literally gave us the reality of, hey, if you do this, this is going to happen. You do that, this is going to happen. So don't do this.
Yeah,
I
because
think we're getting a little off
shit.
topic
I
when,
want to get out of
when
here.
slavery is being brought up or anything. I definitely think we need to more modernize this topic or anything because we're
Thank
all
you.
going to have
Thank
a
you. Because we're not
little,
going.
beliefs
Yeah.
back and forth about slavery, and they can get
Thank you.
really big. But yeah,
Right.
what
I
about
agree. I agree. But we're
yes?
not going to go down there rabbit hole about.
Right, that would be
Yeah.
a rabbit hole for sure.
my main thing that I'm trying to say, one way or the other,
I understand women. Yeah. Women,
I'm not,
or women. I get it.
excuse me. The
Go
main
ahead.
thing that I'm trying to say is protection comes in different ways. Okay.
Understood.
Of course, I
Yes.
don't agree with what you're saying about slavery. I don't have to, and we don't have to have that conversation.
Right.
But what I am saying to you is, I hope you get that when you are having these conversations with the women, you also say that I understand that you do have a form of protection for the man too. Don't just give the man all of this grace of protection and don't give the women none. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I think it's a based on opinion though, Sister Freedom, because I believe the same thing. Women don't in general add protection.
It's not their
Black men.
jobs.
That's your
It's not something
I
that
know
we
what I
do.
do.
It's not their
We don't
jobs.
protect Black men in the physical sense.
But
Thank
that's
you.
And men
doing
protect us in the physical sense. And that's what
I
I
just
think
said.
we're talking about protection. When we're bringing that up, we're not talking about something outside of that. I think we're talking specifically about who's going to get up in the middle of the night and
Right.
the burglar,
Let me get up
who's
in the
going to
Yeah.
do those or anything.
Right.
And
You must have
usually
missed-
what would
you
happen
must
is
have missed what we were
Sister
just
Freedom,
talking
I
about.
didn't finish talking and you're
Right,
still
but you
talking.
must have
So
missed
you're
what we
not, no, but you're not letting me finish. So let me
ahead.
finish really quick and then you can reply back once you hear everything that I'm saying.
Go
I
ahead.
think we're confusing the two as far as when we're talking about it in a physical sense. We're talking about who's the actual protector as far as like who's going to go off to wars for the community,
Right.
who's going to fight for the community. And we know that
Right.
women are the second line of defense, meaning that once the men are the first line and they've been broken, that's when you got to get to the women because the women are normally going to be protecting the children or getting the children to safety somewhere. And then the men are the ones that are going to be on
Right.
the front line making sure everything is okay, making sure they can get away and survive. So we see that in many kingdoms as well. When there were wars, we see a lot of kings and pharaohs that were killed off because they're in the front line of the war. And then the pharaoh that's a woman had to take over because of that fact that the pharaoh got murdered. So
And I know women want to feel worthy, and the whataboutism. What about us? We do this too. Yes. Y'all do stuff too. But at the same time, not to dismiss anything that Freedom said, but to a certain degree, the whataboutism is also childlike. Is, well, what about me? What about us? What understood? But in a grand context, hold on, I'm not done. In a grand context of provision and protection, that is a man's job. So of course the whataboutism, what about me? Yes, but that's not in the context, is all I'm saying.
Well, wait a minute. I made clear. I don't know if Destiny was just in here, but I made clear what I was speaking on. I said that there are different forms of protection. I know what you were talking about. That's why I don't like double talk. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's called whataboutism.
I know what you were talking about. Destiny came in on the end, so she must.
I heard you the whole time. I was with JJ. You saw he came into the stream.
Well, then you just repeat.
It's just a what about?
Yeah, I was repeating to what you were saying, and I was saying that it might not come up as far as the women's protection, like you're saying, and you might get triggered because he doesn't bring it up, but he's not talking about all types of protection.
Right.
He's only talking about
like we talk about cancer,
but
somebody's
you were
gonna say, what about AIDS?
When he brings up it in the future, you were saying you hope he brings that up, and I'm saying maybe he will not. Maybe he will not, because he's talking about a specific type of protection. He's not talking about the protection you're talking about. He's only talking about the physical community side of protection, the protection that means go to wars, get this gun, get this sword, slice someone's head off if they come for you. He means that specific protection, which we know women are the second line of defense, because men should always be the first line of defense. And if he's sending the woman out to be the first line of defense, then
there's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
But do y'all see every certain amount of minutes?
I don't see these.
It's just hang up on, we get stuck over here for a good 5 minutes, and we got to fight back over here to get back to where we going. As y'all can see, it's going to keep happening, because this is.
I'm not going to ever allow anybody to minute the job, the specifics of a man or a woman. I don't put down the man, and I'm not going to ever allow for our duties to be put down, whether the person likes it or not. Whatever he's talking about, I know what I'm talking about. He says that he teaches women, so you uplift each other. That's just how I'm seeing it.
Yeah,
and that is whataboutism.
Whatever you want to.
I get it. That's what whataboutism is actually. That's fine. But we can move on though if we want to. Would you like to move on?
Well, can I just add in that we are at a place right now where if we were to go to war or anything at that point, we are at a place now where they don't choose who goes, like man or woman. They just sending us out there. Let's just say that. We're at
they're gonna send the men out. They're gonna send the men out.
Yeah, we know we have the percentage.
Unless the woman is already in the military.
Women that are in the military.
I have a military family, and so with it being like that, I know for a fact they send them both out. So I know this for a fact. They send them both out. I have nieces out there, and I have cousins out there, and I have nephews out there, great nephews out there. My brothers were out there, and they're older now, and they're not out there anymore, 17 and 8 years. And so their sons and their my nieces are out there, and cousins. And so I know that they equally go out there. So
in the Army branch, not
in the Army. They're in the Marines and the Air Force,
Navy, and Air Force. Yeah. Well, that's the difference of whether you're going to be a foot soldier or not as well.
Marines are to go. Army comes in
after. Please, like.
Well, yeah, I think we can move on. Well, I was just saying.
I'm just being
women. I would say.
No, I'm not trying to play the losing game. I'm just trying to say
We love
This-
women. Yes.
I'm just trying to balance out something. Just saying
I
that.
get it, but it's just the whataboutism just keeps hanging the conversation up. We can literally be helping people like in these conversations, but the whataboutism keeps it's just
So
it's just
there's no
unproductive.
balance in a what about ism. Do you don't think?
No, it's
Can I just say something, please? Can I
like
just say
yeah.
something?
Go ahead, Tamara. He been trying to talk for the last 15 minutes. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I get that. I get both angles. I see where Sister Freedom is coming from because I wouldn't call it protection. I would call it support. Basically, that's what I will call it. And I see where the brother's coming from as well, because you see what sisters, what you have to understand is when we speak about protection, it's like you can walk around and other males, but it's like that unspoken or unseen protection where you can move around and other males know you belong to somebody else, so therefore they don't trouble you, or you walk around safely. That is the protection. It doesn't have to necessarily be when somebody was breaking into the house or something like that. No, the protection is ongoing, existing. So you have to recognize that it goes beyond just I'm there, so to speak. It's when you're not there as well. So when you understand that, then you also understand that you have to give that person that is protecting you that respect and that honor. And also, likewise, the person who's supporting you, i.e., for you to have that, or complimenting you, for you to have that kind of status in order to protect the woman, because it goes round, it's a rally round thing, also needs to be acknowledged. But what I don't agree with is where the woman will start to say, I do this, I do that, I do that, so I need to be recognized. No, you have to let the man recognize you. And that's all it is, basically.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Just like, cause just imagine being in a household with a woman when a man is like, all right, I'm protecting, I'm do all this other stuff. Well, what about me? I got, like, just as women, the number one way you can help us is literally by sitting down and just like being open to information so we can protect y'all. But women spend so much time arguing with men in the community and probably in a household about what she got to do. We ain't worrying about what you got to do. Sit down.
Thank you very much for having me.
Who cares?
Let me give you an example. When we were buying my home, I could have had a chance in buying a home in town, right? And my son said to me, he said, do you love me? I say, I love you. He said, and the house was nice that we were going to buy. This was like 8 years ago. It was really nice. And it was cheaper than the one that I have now. And my son said, if you love me, then you need to protect me. He said, if you buy this house right here, then, and if somebody sits on the stoop outside, you see all these brothers sitting on the stoop, then, and you're going to say, get off the stoop. And somebody's going to say, somebody going to say something back to you. And I'm going to have no other choice but to come outside and defend you because you're my mom. Right. So I bought the house out here in the suburban area because I wanted to protect my son so he wouldn't get into fights with the guys in the city that was just sitting, in front of the stoops and stuff, even though I really like that house. What I'm trying to say is there are different forms of protection. So I thought, yes, I need to protect my child because I'm a mother. I know what Mr. MrLetGo was saying about being the front end of the war, whatever he was trying to say. And no, I wasn't saying me too. What I'm trying to say is that he said that he teaches women. If you're going to teach women, then you uplift them too. They also protect as well. And me moving out here was to protect my son so I don't put him in situations like what he said to his mother.
But where's his dad? Isn't his dad's job to protect your son, not yours?
Me. Was it your dad's job to protect yours? He's my child.
That's why I had to become my own
And I'm
dad.
giving an example. So why you ask about his father, I have no idea. But what I'm trying to say is first protector is mom. I'm his mother. Okay. So that is my
But this is the problem with our communities.
That
Women
is
are not the
my-
first protectors.
way
Like, we
I
need
look
our
at
women to
it.
sit
I
down.
protected him in my womb for 9 months.
Oh my
What are you talking
God.
about? I am definitely.
This is the problem, ladies. This is the problem right here. This is the problem.
That's the
Women,
problem.
and I'm not saying right now is I had you in my womb. Let us go.
Go.
Let us go.
Honey,
and
that's some
sit
manip that you're doing right now. It ain't even
down and allow men
even
to
working.
protect you.
What are you talking about? You are
shit's
manipulating,
crazy.
but I'm just saying, and it ain't. It's
I think
not-
we should move
Lamar,
on.
do
from
you
the
see what I'm saying, though?
perception. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I agree. But I think
Golly.
we're going in a circle because of the fact, like the word protect, just like
Yes.
Yasser said. I agree that it's not protection either. I believe it's called support. We can
Well,
also
you
see
just
that in
said
different
you.
cultures that it's called support and not protection. But I think we're going to get around in these circles, whether because
And
of the
maybe in the
word
next
of
30 minutes, we'll finally get out of the damn circle.
versus that. So I think we should move
Jeez.
from the protection talk to another question. And I do know that Goddess and Nisha came in. So if we want to go ahead, I don't know if Yasef, were you done or you had any other questions from here?
But this is the problem, y'all.
I'm done. Thank you very much for having me. Peace.
Thank you, brother.
the problem.
Yes, ma'am. Bless
He
you.
just got tired. He just like, man, I got other stuff to do.
Peace, Goddess. Peace, Goddess. Did you have any questions?
Go ahead.
Or Nisha, if you had any questions as well.
I did. I just wanted to ask him. So, what type of caliber of women are you coaching, and what is the key advice that you give them?
Welcome to the panel. I give women a set of principles to operate from. I think one of the ways that I'm able to protect women for not being with them.
Hey,
and being in the same
ladies.
household.
Peace and blessings to you all tonight. Hey, Nisha. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. MrLetGo, I could agree with you, but
Hold on, who's talking?
you're all over the place.
I think yours is delayed, Goddess. So Nisha was asking him a question, and then we'll go right to you afterwards.
Oh, okay.
I think she's just delayed, so she didn't hear that.
Okay. Nisha, I offer women one, just the safe place, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes there's a lot of things going on in your life and you don't have a safe space. So one is just the environment is healthy, is open. Like for example, one of the ladies in a group actually had an issue with her kid's father overstepping his boundaries when he comes sees his kid. I actually orchestrated a way of hiring security, so a security guard would be outside of her house when her baby daddy comes over, and just the awareness that there's a security guard in the car sitting outside made it where he actually started protecting her boundaries and respecting her boundaries. And then she was able to say, okay, it's time for you to leave. Okay, we got to do this, because she literally has an armed person outside that'll fuck them up. You know what I'm saying? So that's just as an example. And this is for any woman that may have an issue with a baby daddy or a man that just, doesn't want to leave when you tell him to leave. In your city, you can pay for an armed guard. It's simply $35 an hour. And usually all you need them for is an hour, because the threat of a man sitting outside your house with a gun and that's bigger than your baby daddy or your ex or whoever, say you and your ex about to break up and he got to come get his stuff. You can pay somebody $35 to come out, or $70 for 2 hours to sit outside your house until he gets his stuff and then leave out the house. So it's just little things like that I teach women to protect themselves, since I can't protect them, just being out in this world. But all together, I help women with a set of principles that they can live by. So when certain things go on in their lives, they can go to the set of principles. If that helps you get a better understanding.
So the type of women, that's what I'm curious about.
What do you mean a type of women?
What type of women that gravitates towards your coaching methods, as far as in just single mothers, or business women? What type?
I would say half of the women don't have children. So it's business women, it's single mothers, it's women who don't have kids. Because I love helping the women who don't have kids yet, to keep them from, falling in the traps of, potential single motherhood. So I help. I don't really understand the types, but there's all types. A woman is a woman is a woman, She
And
feels the
one
want.
last thing.
Uh-huh.
One last thing. So other than your mother, who else hurt you?
Here we go.
I just want to know.
Oh man, y'all see what I'm saying, y'all? This is my life. This is my life. This is my life.
It's just.
I'm not gonna answer I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole with you, because I know that comes from hurt from you. Hurt people. So you come up on a panel having a conversation and you want to come up and say who hurt you and all this other stuff. It's cool, but I'm giving back to the community by helping women. So if you want to give back to the audience by helping women, you can, share something that is supportive or positive instead of coming up here with bullcrap. I'm open to hear it. How can we do better in the community? Because that's what we're on this panel to talk about, not about who hurt you, but to answer the question of why do men and women seem like they can't get along, i.e. who hurt you, coming up on a random panel.
Okay, but that's still a part of. I think that also goes with the topic of the show, because just listening, I was listening from the beginning, and just hearing your story, I understand that we all have been hurt, we all have been through a lot, and it just seems like you still holding on to some things that you need to let go.
Holding on to what do you think?
Hurt. That's why I wanted to know, was it another woman outside of your mother? Can
you explain what I'm holding on to so I can get a better understanding of what I need to let go of? Pain meaning what?
That's what I'm wanting to know. Like who else besides your mother did?
So say I'm hurt by whoever, right? What is the pain? Can you describe the pain? Because
I could describe it in how you what you give off.
What do I give off?
So what you give off is, it's like you have a battle. It's like a fight within yourself.
Sounds like the fight is with the people coming up here saying, who hurt you? Wait, what else is the fight about?
I don't see you as a bad person, right? I don't. And I see you doing things for the community and for people, and I applaud that. But it's still also a part of you that I can tell that's, it's like sometimes I feel like you need a hug, because I watch you. I love Keita on that view on the show. And so sometimes I feel like you just need a hug sometimes. So
okay, say I need a hug. Okay. Now what? Say I get the hug, then what? What happens after that?
I don't know. Maybe some of that.
No. What would you want me to do? I get my hug, then what? What happens after that? Let's go down this rabbit hole.
Sometimes we don't have to go down the rabbit hole, but
no. I get the hug. You say I need a hug. Who hurt me? Somebody hurt me, and I get a hug. What can I do that would show you that I'm no longer hurt? What would I do?
First of all, I don't know you, so therefore I can't.
I'm not going to hurt me, and I need a hug.
Okay, so
I'm open to finding out when I get this hug. What do you want to see that would show you that I got the hug and I'm no longer hurt? What would you want to see from MrLetGo?
Okay, So one hug is not going to make a difference. Let's be for real. What I'm saying is that you can tell in your demeanor and your responses that, I mean, even the chat sees it also. So it's just not me. I'm just not coming on here making things up.
Can you describe what the disposition that you see is?
It's a real tough. You know what? It's a real tough exterior, but on the inside, you still that 13-year-old boy at times. So
Okay.
that's what I'm telling you. And
So would you rather be not have a tough exterior?
that's fine, but also you got to you might need to hug that 13-year-old boy and let him know
Okay.
that it's okay and he can let go.
Okay. So what
That's
did
all I
I
had to
say
say.
through the time that you've been watching that would have you saying that 13 little boy in him needs a hug? What is the specific thing that I said that had you like, oh,
The
First of
title,
all,
he
the
needs a hug?
title is, look at the title.
right, and they say you came up with the title, and also, oh, y'all can't protect us, we can't do anything, and all of this and all of that because you
Four
still
other
holding
women on the
on.
panel actually said the same thing. They actually agree with me.
Who?
Three of them are still here.
That's fine. I mean, we
So
all
wait. So do they need a
all
hug
have our
also?
opinions.
Wait. Do
I
they need a
didn't
hug
agree.
also?
Say that again.
I
Unmute.
agree with what part though?
Unmute if you need a hug
He's saying
also.
the protection part. Other women on the panel agreed with him on protection.
Yeah. So do they
What
need a
part?
hug too?
No, just you. What other person agreed? It was you.
Two people who came on the panel, they left.
They
It
was
was
men,
yeah.
of course.
And then it was it was Isis. She's still here.
Isis
Okay.
what? No, Isis says she applaud you for taking up for your mama because
Mhm.
she went through it herself as a
Okay.
child. You know, so
Yeah, I
Okay.
think
So
we're
you too for that.
confusing different times or anything as far as the time frame. But I think the basis of what he's asking is, Nisha, is if you could articulate where exactly in his conversation and you're seeing that, because I know in the comments there's comments both back and forth. There's comments that
back
are saying
is positive and negative.
and yeah, and there's comments saying that he's wrong. There's comments that saying we are all wrong. It's the ladies. There's all kinds
Yep.
of comments in there.
Yeah, and I get that, and that's just how that's
But can
just
you
how.
articulate the thing that you see? Because this is what's important, in my opinion, to conversation. The articulation of what you see. Like if I say, hey, I don't like what you said, I need to be able to articulate what you said or how I interpreted
I
what you
just said
said,
it. I
or
mean, I
it'll
just
be an
said
answer to fixing the problem.
She said your demeanor. She said the fact that you don't even want to hear anything about the opposite side. You know,
Wait. She has.
was
I would like to hear
negative
from her though.
woman.
Can I hear from her?
But you didn't hear, so I thought maybe
I
I'd
want
run
to hear
in
from
like
her.
mama and help. You know.
Go ahead, Nisha.
Okay, so I'll reiterate what I said was what you give off, right?
What is that?
What you give off is like I told you, your tough exterior.
I'm a man. I'm
That's
not
fine.
changing that. Go ahead.
That's fine. I know you're a man.
Where you see that tough exterior at?
But what he said when he said certain things as far as in it's really nothing for us here to do as women.
I never said that. Everyone on the panel, I did not say there's nothing for women to do.
Well, we shouldn't do nothing and just let basically what are we here for?
So is this an
No, he didn't.
interpretation of
Yeah,
what
I
you
think
think
this
I
is
said?
an interpretation because that's not what he was saying before.
Thank you.
But he was saying as far as specifically to protection, and that a lot of times when it comes to these conversations, when we're talking about men and women back and forth, we have a lot of this what isms. Where do I need to be? What do I need to do?
Mhm.
We're kind of jumping around like a chicken with their head cut off, and he's
Yep.
saying that more women need to sit down and
Mhm.
listen and just say, okay, the men say, okay, this is what we need to do. This is the next steps. Not that they don't need us, not that they don't need us in our roles, but that we need to just sit down, relax, listen, and then we can effectively be in our roles. That's what I got from it.
Thank you so much. And
everything
one of the
is not
biggest
qualified.
issues that we as men have, because like I said, I'll just be like, y'all see what I'm saying? And it's how the conversation started. We men spend so much energy fighting with y'all to protect y'all. All y'all seem to want to do is be offended. And if our women were to change this offensive energy to responsive and loving energy and understanding energy, we would no longer have the problem that we have. But y'all are hell bent on being offended. It's always, you said this, and I ain't even say it, but you thought I said it. You know, because I always say women don't listen, they interpret. So literally the whole night, y'all are even small idiosyncrasies of small parts of interpretation. You said this. No, I didn't. But I heard you say, no, you interpreted that. And it turns into who hurt you. You get what I'm saying? So my whole point as a leader is it's difficult leading women. It's difficult protecting women, you know? And when a lady was like, why don't you help men? It would be a lot easier helping men. But guess what? That is not what I signed up for. I signed up for the harder side, dealing with y'all asses. And I'm never going to give up on y'all because I love y'all. But the shit is hard and annoying, but I will never stop doing it because there's one person that told me to do this, and it was my daughter.
Oh, girl. What? Sister Legit said, what are you protecting us from?
Y'all selves. And if I would have said it, I'm sure y'all would have unmuted and said the same thing because I said it at least about 6 different times. And I know somebody in chat probably didn't hear it when I said it. But yeah, I'm here to protect women from themselves. I'm here to protect your children from you.
From us or your mom or your past life with your
mom?
I'm
here to protect your children from you.
I was going to ask that question to you as well. What do you feel about the women that feel like your sentiments are mainly because you had such a rough childhood with your mom? So, and not just to you in particular, but to a lot of Black men, that you're kind of taking out on all women what your mom did and lumping all Black women under the guise of what your mothers have done.
So think about this for a second. Let's separate everything you said. One, mom, right? Woman, right? Black woman, right? Single mother, right? So she's over there. Then it's millions of other women that are extremely similar to her. Black woman, single mother, right? Boy, no man, or letting some man beat her ass or whatever, you know, right? So the same way I had to protect her from herself, I see the same things. Because remember I said, when I grew up, what's the first thing I seen when I left my mama's house?
That you were going to not
other
be
women doing the same stuff, right?
Exactly.
And as I get older or whatever, my own daughters be coming to me like, Daddy, my daughters put the battery in my back. Because when my daughters left me and my ex-wife in their level of safety and groundedness and principles and understandings of life and safety, they go out in this world and start having these female co-workers. They come to me or came to me when they first started working like, Daddy, what in the world? They say it all. They say I can literally call up one of my daughters right now and they be like, oh yeah. My daughters have a full understanding of how different they are than 90% of Black women in America. I'll call one of them up and they'll tell you themselves because we talk about it. We laugh about it. So all together, y'all can act like my mother or whatever, because my mom was a great mom. She just was dysfunctional when it came to men. You know what I'm saying? So I'm never gonna say my mom was a bad person. So altogether, she didn't hurt me, because actually the way she would have hurt me if she would have kicked me out and told me, well, get out, I'm gonna have my men, and if she would have picked a man over her son, that would have been what hurt me. But my mom didn't hurt me because she allowed me to do the number one thing that a male is put on his planet to do, which is protect his household. She gave me that ability. She was the adult. I told you, it was a negotiation. I couldn't have forced her to do nothing. I was a kid. She could have said, get your ass out. I'll figure it out. Get out and move one of them dudes in and pay half the rent. He could have paid the rent instead of me paying the rent. Get your ass out. She didn't do that. She did not deny me of my God-given ability, not right, ability, which is to protect where he lives. So my mom did not hurt me. She gave me everything that a young man needed, except for dad, except for father, except for male role model. But I went out there and found that on my own. So to the best of her ability, my mother gave me every single thing I ever needed emotionally. So my mom did not hurt me. And then I grew up to have 2 daughters. And my daughters put this battery in my back because they went out in this world and was like, Daddy, what the hell is wrong with these women? My coworkers, all they want to talk about is sex and men and dumb shit. And I'm like, hey, this is what it is. So to answer y'all's question, my mom did not hurt me. I feel bad for the women out here in this world. I feel bad for the children of these women out here. Because just like I talk about Lala Anthony or just whoever, leaving marriages and shit just so they can, shake their asses or whatever, they are denying their children of the protection of a father or a potential father by becoming a single mother or becoming all this other shit. And I am one of the only men that cares enough about y'all asses to do this, to go back and forth with who hurt you. And I said, I will keep doing it until the day I die for the children of y'all asses, for y'all children. I'm going to save y'all children from y'all. Because if I know you a certain amount of understanding of men and understanding of life, and y'all start just changing a couple things with your parenting and your choice of men and, your ways of doing things, just like Duchess said, her first child was this age, but she got older and learned to be a better parent. If I could steer women in a better direction, help them understand men like me, men with a tough exterior, that we aren't scary, we are actually protective. So the thing that y'all see, the masculinity, is protection, but y'all ain't used to seeing the shit. That is what I'm here to show y'all. I'm not against y'all. I'm here for y'all. But y'all think I'm against y'all because y'all ain't seen no dude like me before. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The situation with Lala, isn't she a victim of infidelity? So do you support women staying in relationships that, I'm just saying,
marriages?
Yeah, marriages, excuse me. Do you support women who stay in marriages that are being cheated on if that's not something that if they don't have an open marriage?
Duchess, I want you to think about this. Lala Anthony was on 106 in Park, I believe. She was like the most popular chick out there, right? Because she was on TV. Fine as I don't know what. And the finest chicks in every last one of y'all cities, who is after them? Who? I'm waiting.
The finest chicks.
Who is after what group of men are after the finest chicks in your cities? The young, fine chicks.
All of them?
Ball players.
Everybody.
I don't know yet.
Ball players. So her fine ass got with a ball player. And any woman that gets with a man that is in the NBA, the NFL, your ass going to get cheated on. That's just the way your life is going to be set up. You're going to be a millionaire. You ain't going to have to work. You ain't have to do nothing. Everything, your kids, your grandkids, kids going to be taken care of, but your ass going to get cheated on. So I don't want to hear that shit about she was cheated on.
Okay, I get it now. That's true. Women set themselves up getting with
Thank you.
any man that's got a certain status because he has the power to get any woman he wants. He has an open field to have so many women come to him. So that really boils down to the individual. If he wants to
Right.
be a sovereign man and he wants to be a man of commitment and a noble man, that's actually a very individual thing. But on the grand scale of things, most men who are in those statuses are not loyal men.
Right.
I do agree with that.
The ball players in particular, they going because a businessman that makes $1 million a year that's behind a desk, he ain't got groupies everywhere. You get what I'm saying? Chicks be in a locker room walking around. So hey, it is what it is, and I'm not condoning it. But you put your hand in a snake pit, you're gonna get bit. But at the end of the day, if that snake paying your bills, you need to sit down somewhere.
I got one more thing to ask you because I know we're probably going to wrap it up soon. I did listen to one of your videos when I was trying to get just to feel you out, get an understanding of who you were because this is my first time hearing about you. The video I listened to was about I don't know if it was just a skit or you were serious, but it was about you were saying that don't date women who eat certain snacks. I thought that was kind of funny and interesting. Can you elaborate on that?
Oh yeah, if you have soda in your refrigerator, you don't deserve a husband. Because it goes back to not only to you having bad choices in food intake, it has something to do with what you're teaching your children. And I'm not finna be dating no woman who's finna have some fat ass children. Because my whole thing is we as men, and this is a biological thing, we look for the most healthy candidate, right? So the reason why we like the slim waist, right? The slim waist represents something. And it's not just black dudes, it's biological, all right? Even animals, a freaking female lion. You ever seen a female lion? They slim, they look like a female lion, right? They actually look female. You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say they're fine or attractive, but a female lion actually looks like a female. You feel me? And a male lion looks like a male lion. They literally shape different. So it's not just humans. Biological males are attracted to the healthiest female in order to make healthy offspring. So I'm not, and I would not advise any other man to date a woman or take a woman seriously who eats dumb shit. We grown ass people. We sitting around eating ice cream and drinking soda, walking around the house. You don't deserve a husband. Please stay by yourself because you don't need no husband. Because a man like me is gonna come in the house and start throwing stuff away with your agreement. Because I'm even gonna go on by my business, or we gonna get rid of this. We're not doing that no more. Because that's what a man does. My job is to come in and protect you. Remember, who am I protecting you from?
Ourselves.
Yourself, right? So a lot of times when I say women are children, all this other stuff, it goes to the little ice cream and shit. Why y'all still want to eat ice cream and eating all this, drink mimosas every time you turn? Gotta have some wine and sit down. Like, stop. This is childlike behavior. So addicted to sweets. Like, we're grown. We don't supposed to be eating sweets and shit all the time. Look, my sweets is right here, sitting right next to me. Freaking grapes. My woman going to be eating fruit to get their sweets. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I meant that. If you got soda in your refrigerator, you don't deserve a husband.
Yeah, I get that. I get what you're saying. I think that's a personal perception, just my opinion.
Please.
We have so many different people who see individuals, and you have people all around, male and female, who have very interesting diets. You have people who are slim who eat crazy foods. You have people who are overweight. You got people. I mean, you know,
No, anybody who eat crazy food is trash. Not trash, but they don't need no mate, is what I'm saying. They can stay
and
by themselves.
again, I think that's your personal perception. I'm not going to beat you up on that
Okay.
because I think that's something that people struggle with and people want to work towards. You know,
Struggle with.
Huh?
Think about that. Struggle with.
Yeah, struggle.
They need to work. They need to figure that out before they get with another person, right? If they struggle.
Yeah, but everybody, MrLetGo, everybody don't have that. See, you have to look at yourself because I had to learn this from my husband.
Mm-hmm.
And when you dealing with people, everybody is not at the level of thinking that you're at.
Well, that's why I'm the leader or a leader, right?
Finish just 1 second. So your perception is this is how it should be. This is how, you know, if it's this way, that way, but everybody's development is different. And we all here for a different purpose. So I get what you're saying, and I respect your perspective about that, but that's not for everybody. Everybody have their way of bonding. Some people like fat women, some men like small women. It's all about what you enjoy and your pleasures of life. There's no end all be all. There's no one set rule to this cosmic universe.
It actually is a set rule. There's a bunch of set rules, and this is the reason why women are the way they are. They actually skip around thinking there ain't no damn rules. What you just said is the actual problem with our community. There are hella rules, but women want to run around and act like there ain't no damn rules. I hate it or love it because it's hilarious when women be like, well, there's no manual on parenting. Yes, the hell it is. There's plenty. There's rules all over the place, but guess what? Y'all don't see them because y'all don't want to. Hella rules, but guess who lives by rules? Men. Hella rules. We live by rules left and right. Guys in the chat, do men live by hella rules? Yes or no? Put a yes in the chat if you agree. Put a no in the chat if you don't agree. We live by hella rules. We got man rules. We got dumbass rules. We don't pee next to each other in the damn bathroom. We got
an almanac. They got an almanac. All men act like that.
Man's back. If a man be like, damn, I got a back. You on your own. I'm not scratching your back. Hella rules, dumb rules. We got rules. Y'all the ones skipping around talking about there's no rules, and that's the reason why I say women are children.
No, I think I wouldn't say
because we are your rules.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't say that there aren't any rules. I think we are self-governed, and I think that we see that based on the actions that people put out there. I don't think that it's an end all be all. I think we are
in men's minds. There's always an end all be all. We will
There's
die.
not an end all be. There's not an end all be all.
We will die if we go against the rules. Y'all won't. Just understand that.
We're interchangeable beings, and there isn't.
We're not.
We're interchangeable.
We're not.
And we all have different. You can call. See, that's the thing. I don't see it like you do. So that doesn't mean that I'm wrong.
But you married, so you married, so you got rules. You're speaking for these women skipping around doing dumb shit. So I understand. You're responding in cognizance of the other women. So I get what you're saying because you married, you got rules.
I'm married, but I'm married, but me and my husband, we have an understanding. I've said that. Rules. I don't know. We don't deal with those type of words. Rules.
Where your husband at?
See, I feel like a lot of times we just get caught up on the word. This has happened before.
He's using all the wrong words. How about that? He's been using all the wrong words all night.
Standards, like it's not necessarily. It can be said standards or just a way. The way that you're gonna go.
No. If we're gonna sit here and make it, so specific, then he needs to be using the right words, the correct words, specific words.
Sorry,
because his words ain't doing nothing but fueling an unnecessary fire. So if anybody here is an unnecessary link, it would be you, because you are saying a lot of unnecessary things tonight.
Sugar, Jello, gummy worms. I'm giving y'all words that make y'all feel good.
I mean, he's
Bald head.
Ice
No, don't
cream.
forget bald head, bright skin, white t-shirts.
Pretty teeth.
Somebody who speaks with that type of microphone. You're speaking all of that. Include all of that. We don't even like that kind of smile. Men with that kind of smile should not have a woman.
Thanks.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You messing with the right girl.
You have a fiance.
I'm just
right?
saying.
You're planning
Hold
on
on.
getting
Go ahead. Keep going because she hasn't had time to speak. Go ahead.
No, I don't need time to speak. I don't need time to speak. The ladies need time to speak, and they need to say what they want to sit and say. And guess what? That's a rule around here. We're okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Right? Okay. But we do have lots of rules. And one of those rules is, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the ladies need to speak and say what they want to say, then that is rule number one. There's several other rules, but we ain't got into that yet.
I love rules. I'm down with it. See, Duchess, talk to Duchess for me. Talking about ain't no rules. Talk to Duchess for me. That's what I'm talking about, sis.
I promise you, I'm in a marriage and been in my marriage for over 13, 14 years. We don't have rules. We have an understanding.
Okay. Tomatoes, but I get what you're saying.
There's no government. There's no control.
Why did you get divorced?
Huh?
What happened in your marriage? Why did you get divorced?
Oh, here we go with oh yeah.
I can't ask you nothing.
Why can't be so positive?
Tomato.
Positive. Why you get divorced?
That's how he plays it off.
No,
that's
I
right.
don't answer it, but I just want y'all to think it's how she said it, y'all. It's the words.
Semantics.
Exactly. Exactly.
See, Nisha, I got you with your own stuff.
But he's still not going to answer
the words.
Exactly.
Can you say it to me better? Because I'm offended, Nisha.
Oh, your other side is
I'm offended.
Oh, you want me to say it like this? And I can say it like this? Oh my God. Okay. So why have you
we've been waiting for MrLetGo all night.
Listen, why have you gotten divorced? It didn't work out. Like, why? Like, oh my God, like, why didn't it work out?
Too many rules.
See, now I feel better. I can answer the question because I feel better now. Okay. So the reason why I got divorced is because I'm a dumbass.
Absolutely.
Who knows? Say that.
Oh my God.
Admittance will free the soul. He let it go. Come on.
Lord.
Yeah.
Come on.
I left my marriage. I ended it. It was all on me. I'm the idiot.
All men act like that.
You think your sarcasm is not clicking. It's not clicking.
What do you mean? I'm dead serious. I'm dumb. What do you mean? I ruined my family.
Come on.
And I regretted it. Yeah, I regretted it. Tried to get her back, and it was too late.
That's a real man.
Yeah.
Because by the time you got rid of all her goddamn snacks, she wasn't fucking with you no more. We got the shit back.
Oh, there was no snacks.
He cut his hair off, y'all. Come on.
Y'all
know when we cut our hair off, it's over. He cut his hair off. When we cut our hair off, it's over. He cut his hair off. He was done. With him.
She got tired of sleeping in the corner quiet.
And how the hell I can't have no snacks in my period on? What's wrong with you?
I have a question.
You can't have no.
I have a question for MrLetGo. I have a question. MrLetGo. So on your counseling, do you find that you counsel mostly women, melanated women? And my other question is, if you're counseling different cultures or different races of women, is melanated women your target women to counsel? You know where I'm going with this, so
yeah,
that's
of course it's
okay.
mainly black women, but it do be different races in there, but all together because the thing about it is if I'm here to help, I'm here to help, and I'm not going to deny nobody. Now I'm racist, you know what I'm saying? But no, the majority of them is black women. Yes.
What is the age group?
Different ages. I've actually had women's
If you were
daughters
writing a
in
grant, you can't
hold
say
on.
different ages. You have to specify.
Okay, I was in the middle of saying something. I've had at least about 4 of my female friends, their grown daughters who start, you know, like they'll add them to my coaching group, and they'll be like, what, 22, 23, something like that. So I've had women that trust me to, you know, of course I'm not around them, is on Zoom calls or whatever. And they trust me to, you know, because I got daughters myself, you know what I'm saying? So I literally can show you 2 examples of how I not only coach, but father, you know what I'm saying? So all together, yeah, some women are 23, 25, some women are 46, 48. So it's different
Okay, so
ages.
this is why
So
you
I
smash
have one
together.
quick. I have another quick question.
Uh-huh.
What would be your advice if your daughter wanted to date somebody your age or older?
I would sit down with them. My daughters don't necessarily take anybody seriously unless I sit down with them and talk to them. It's a I believe in a community thing. So it's a family conversation. My one of my daughters, actually my daughter's husband right now, my ex-wife sicked me on him. She's like, can you who is this dude? Check him out. I was like, I got you. So yeah, I'm the family guard dog. So nobody get my kids 1000%. Even when I used to have a job, bring him to me to my job. They'll bring the dude up to my job. So all men go through me, regardless of how old he is, young, whatever. Everybody goes through me. I have to approve the man before anything happens. To this day, my daughters are grown. I was talking to my daughter, this is about like 2-3 months ago. She told me about some friend. I was like, wait, who? What? No, daddy, he's just a friend. I was like, do I need to talk to him? No, because if you start talking to him, now he actually going to think he's worth more than a friend. So no, he's not that type of person. He's just someone I'm cool with. So no, daddy. I'm like, okay, all right. Because she already knows the rules.
So, but wait, I want to get back to that point because you don't specify a certain demographic. You mash up all these different years and age groups, and as you're talking, you are like all over the place because you don't have a specific demographic that you're addressing any one thing to,
Why
and
you
that
think
may
I'm
be.
talking?
Well, no. Listen, that may be something you may want to go back
No,
to
you
the
use the
drawing
word
board and
talking.
say, from this age to that age, this is what I'm going to address from
No,
that age to that age, because it's
no,
not across the board.
no, it is across the board. So
Specify what. See, now you said you can specify.
Can I answer the
No. Let me
question?
finish that. No, let me finish this. You can specify what is across the board, but you cannot specify your age demographics. Something is wrong with that. You're gonna have to clean that
That's
up.
fine. Okay, that's fine. So when somebody comes to my coaching group, we go over books. All right. So the books we go over, any demographic can learn from it. So I don't talk. We discuss. So it's a discussion. I articulate the book and we have a conversation about the book they're also reading with everybody else. And we have conversations and we actually go back to the principles. And I'm proud to say the majority of the things that are in these books are literally what the principles are that I've already shared with them. And I believe in the word share instead of teach. And I don't look at talk, I look at discuss, because all together I give them a safe space to discuss and I'm not talking at and I'm not talking to. I like conversing and discussing. I'm not the end all be all. I am not the king of nothing and I'm not a guru. I literally tell the ladies in my group, I know nothing.
What books do you recommend?
His books, of course, they're $3.99.
All right. So
Come with an
one,
audio tape and a CD.
can you let me finish, please?
No, I'm
So,
listening.
so one is Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents. Amazing book. Another book, What Happened to You?
Where's yours at?
I have a book. It's called The Terrible Life of a Beautiful Woman.
Raymond, where's the
Oh,
books that you give to these people that come in your office?
I'm talking about them, y'all.
Yeah, show them to us.
Okay, I'll keep going. Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents.
Yes, got count.
What can y'all stop talking? Could y'all ask the question to
He's
start babbling?
telling the books that it is.
God
That's
damn
what
it,
he's
man.
giving you the name of the books that he gives out. That was the question asked.
Yeah,
So let's go ahead and let him answer.
Okay.
Let's
Can
let him
y'all
answer
stop
and give
talking so I can answer
the
the
name
question?
of the books that you
Thank
asked
you.
him. Unless
I'm
we want to
trying.
move on to a different question.
Okay, you said
Exactly.
adult child of emotional.
Okay, I said it 3 times. I'll say it again. And I understand you probably don't hear it because everybody keep jumping in and saying crazy shit. So I understand. So Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents by Lancey Gibson. What Happened to You by co-written by Oprah Winfrey and Bruce Perry. Amazing. Another amazing book. Running on Empty. That book was kind of like it was okay. Another book called Growing Yourself Back Up. Great book about regression, and it goes back to my women or children thing, and it actually, somewhat solidifies my point on how it actually is an actual thing. The Conscious Parent. One thing I love to do is to share my perspective and other books that share their perspectives on parenting, because like I said, I'm here to not only help the women, but help the women help their children. So Conscious Parenting, super dope book. And there's another book, Attachments, that talked about attachment theory, where you can get a better understanding of your attachment style. There's another book called The Obstacle is the Way. And it gives women an understanding that the thing that you have a problem with is the actual way to go. Women tend to run away from things and run away from obstacles and say something, but the problem is actually where you got to go. It's like Run to the Light, Carol Ann type of thing. So The Obstacle is a Way is a freaking great book. Ego is the Enemy. I can keep going, but
Okay. You sell all these books to people in your coaching course.
All these books, these are written by Oprah Winfrey. No, they're on Audible and they're books. Books.
He's saying he recommends them to the
they're recommendations. Not really recommendations. We all go through them together. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. And sometimes they recommend a book.
We can hear what he's saying, but we're just trying to make sense of what he's saying, because this only sounds good to a portion of people. Doesn't sound good across the board to everybody. So, I'm just trying to clear up, trying to get the correlation here between how you coach and what you actually sell, just in case one of these ladies may want to sign up to hear more.
Okay. Well, yeah. Another book, The Body Keeps Score. We go over books. I know nothing. I am very good at articulating what I've already read due to the fact of what I do for a living. So we go through these books and they enjoy the way I can articulate. It's like the pastor articulating the Bible or whatever, but I don't do all that pastor crap. But all together is I'm an orator. So all together, hey, we have a great time, and all together, I'm simply helping them via these books.
Okay, you had a book. You said A Terrible Life was what?
The Terrible Life of a Beautiful Woman. That is the book I actually wrote.
Let me find that. And I did want to ask
Hold on. That actually talks about one is a self-help book, of course, but two, it gives women just an in-depth understanding of the son of a woman. Because you see your life as a mother, but it gives you a better understanding of the son of the mother. And it talks about how me and my mom was homeless, and a lot of the things that we talked about here is in there, but it goes a little bit more in depth. I talk about my different relationships I've had with women or whatever, but all together, it's a great book.
Okay.
So you just mashed up your life story with your book, which that's what I'm trying to figure out. If you really, just had a better business model and broke up some of these things,
that book
you
I
could
wrote
get
5
more
years ago.
out. You can get your point across a lot better.
I get what you're saying, but
we're not taking accountability for what? I want some of these men to come in talking about what we ain't taking accountability for what?
So
yeah,
I just want to say this, Goddess. I do what I do, and whether somebody, I don't care about this other stuff. I wrote a book 5 years ago. I got 3 other books that I'm working on, but I got a card game coming out before the books. But all together, that was 5 years ago.
But we love it. But what you're saying is not a bad thing. Like, that's an awesome narration and description of your book. But then, a couple breaths ago, you just said, some very derogatory things, right?
What did I say that was derogatory?
And especially in regarding with these snacks and how you would and the things that you prefer. Now that has nothing to do with
what was
with the outlook of a young man. Hold on, let me finish this point. The snacks and how and what a man sees with his physical eyes has absolutely nothing to do with the small boy who looks at life differently, with a different perspective because he had to protect his mom. Those are two different things.
What in the world are you talking about? We were having a conversation about I think Duchess said she was doing some research on me, and she watched one of my 500 videos.
She did.
She said, in the video, you said this. And I just literally answered her question. Now you're saying
but we're fast forwarding to your book, right? No, you named all the books, and then Sakina said, "Well, which one?" She asked you another question, and then we got on this one. This particular one is your book, and it's about the child, the viewpoint from the son, which is so great, right? But again, my point is like a few breaths back. You just kind of I would have liked to hear more about your book and your viewpoint without the derogatory connotations against.
I think what she's saying, so we can clarify, I think what she's saying is that was derogatory is that you said any woman with soda in her refrigerator doesn't deserve to be made. And then you said some things about some.
He acting like he didn't say that. I don't think he needs clarification. He said he didn't say that.
I know, but sometimes it does because we've talked a lot. So we do have to kind of isolate what is actually the problem of
see how she protects you.
So you need to hit a person and then run. So you throw a dagger and then run.
I wouldn't call this protection. This is clarification. If you're going to debate,
it's borderline protection.
In debating, if you're going to debate a point, you have to have the person that you're debating a point and the audience to understand.
No, he has to remember what it is he said.
You're letting the audience side with the guy that you're debating with. If you are not specifying, because I'm watching the chat go, and there's 3 different chats.
The chat didn't say it. He did.
I'm saying they're even confused.
Let me just say one thing.
The chat has
exactly hold on, everybody. I want to make a point. Nisha, do you see what Goddess is doing? Like, you chilling now.
No.
This is crazy.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Chill. But Nisha, you chilling, hanging out, but now you're looking at Goddess like, man, what the hell is Goddess saying? This is what I'm saying.
Nisha remembers what you said. Don't even go there. Don't try it. Don't try it.
Goddess, answer your question.
Don't even try it.
So Goddess, listen.
Yeah, he's slick. You know he's slick with it.
I told y'all he
To
manipulated.
answer your question, goddess, even though I don't know what the hell you asking, I'm going to try my best to answer your question. We've been on here.
All I'm saying is that you would do better.
I just want to say this. We've been on here for a while, and the conversation has moved along. Okay.
You still sneak dissing though. You still sneak dissing. At the end of the day, you are sneak dissing.
Let him play that piano.
Nisha, you see this? You see this,
Cosmic
Nisha?
Mind, stop it.
You see this, Nisha? So,
Great text.
because Nisha came up here like, da, 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 da. You know what I'm saying? Now you up here. It's like,
a lot of men feel like
golly.
cosmic minds. A lot of men feel like cosmic minds.
Who cares?
So in the beginning, one of the first things I said to talk about the actual point of this conversation, the title, why do men and women keep can't get along? And one of the things is on our end is like we gotta argue with y'all to protect y'all. You know what I'm saying? And
I guess if in the chat they agree with that. Go ahead, y'all agree with that.
Let me finish. Golly.
I'm just saying.
It's the little attitude. You wrote a book. That ain't got nothing to do with my book. My book has nothing to do with the coaching group. I wrote the book 5 years ago. I said that. And my book has nothing to do. I said I go through these white folks' books and Oprah Winfrey's books, black folk books. The people who know more shit than me. Why? Because I know nothing. Okay? So I'm not reading my book to my people because I don't know shit. No. All right? I read these books with the ladies in my coaching group because they know more shit than I do. The people who wrote the books. Makes sense, right? So no, my principles come from my life and how I operate it, and they get a lot of understanding from the principles. But my principles actually coincide a lot of these books that we ain't read yet, which is beautiful.
I just gotta say, you're such a fish. You're such a fish. You swim so well for a Pisces. I love it.
Yes.
You swimming through the waters of it all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You just
I'm getting past the crocodiles.
Yeah, you just like, here I go. You just
The sharks. Yes. Yes. I love it. This is what I'm saying.
Have mercy.
You don't see that Poseidon energy?
I love what I do, y'all.
Energy. That's Poseidon. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's all water.
That's all water.
Sakina, can you believe I was married to one? The Pisces is who I was married to for almost 20 years.
Everybody talking at the same time.
Would you say
that someone said bring some brothers on in this call? There's no brothers in the back.
I said it too.
Brothers ain't trying to come up here. They're gonna be like, oh hell no.
It was brothers up here. I mean, the truth is always gonna be the light. So I mean, you can come in, but it's still gonna be the truth, no matter how you twist it around.
That's right. This man in his chest.
MrLetGo.
MrLetGo. Brothers, I got their back. I can handle it. It's okay. I can handle the
I will throw you a lifeline, MrLetGo. Listen, my husband, Lord, rest in peace. But I was married almost 20 years to a Pisces man. So there's nothing, nobody. So when people don't
important conversation.
It's like I can comfort you because I really understand your mindset. But I'm just saying, all that doggone double talk and Lord have mercy and all them sneak dissing, man.
I was married to a Scorpio, so you know.
With your camera.
Sneak dissing though. Oh, Scorpios are like
the camera's on.
Scorpios.
Okay, so I'm a Scorpio, right? But I wanted to know, MrLetGo, what have you really let go?
Other than your hair, you let it all go.
You better not mess with Nisha in no way, no how.
He stopped drinking soda pop.
Yeah,
I guess that.
No, Nisha's my friend.
No, she ain't.
Yes, ma'am, Nisha. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to know what really have you let go in your life?
Can you articulate what your question actually is?
Guess what? I'm giving it to you raw and uncut. What have you let go? It's simple as that.
What is the context to that?
Period. Take it however you want to take it. Just answer the question.
Okay. I did not let this go.
What trauma and everything you've let go in your life? as far as that and specify it,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to relationships?
So I'll give you guys an example. See, Nisha, you got to say it better. I'm just playing. I'm joking.
I'm
So
gonna be me.
I'm playing. I'm just messing with y'all. I'm trolling, okay? So all together, I don't necessarily
Sorry,
how do I put this?
no
I changed the perception of how I felt about my dad. I thought my dad let me go, right? My dad would fly me out every now and then, and one time he just disappeared.
Mom somehow,
right? And I was like, "What's going on?"
Nothing, baby. Go ahead, baby.
Okay, so my dad, because I was annoying, all right. So I'm hanging out with my dad. I'm this little, probably, I think I was 16-year-old drug dealer that owns a car, got rims on it, paint job, speakers in the trunk, all that stuff, right? And I go to see my dad, and my dad ain't got no car. He lived with a chick. When I come down, I got to live with his brother because his brother got a house where his broke ass don't have no, even nowhere to damn stay, right? So I'm hanging out with my dad, and we walking. I don't walk. I'm a 16-year-old boy, and I'm like, this is so like peasantry walking. So we walking, right?
Narcissist. Let me
I'm not walking. When I get home, I'm not walking nowhere. I walk from my mama's house to my car. What is this walking stuff? So we walking because this nigga ain't got no car. And we walk past a trap. Does anybody know what a trap is? Anybody, real quick? Yes.
Yes.
No? Okay.
Yes.
Walk past a trap. And all of a sudden, we walking through the trap, and somebody was like, "You," and they were, they're like, "Who is that?" Right? And then my dad was like, "None of your business." And I'm like, "Dad, what are you doing?" He was like, "What?" We walking. This is a trap. He's like, "What is a trap?" I'm like, "Oh my God. You about to get us killed. Not only are we walking, not only you broke, you don't even know what the hell going on in your own environment, and I don't even live here. We're in Philly. Like, what the hell?" So I'm a child. Now I gotta father my own damn dad. This shit's crazy. Grown ass people.
Oh goodness. So I'm sorry. I should have muted.
So I'm up here like, "Dad, this is a trap. This is where they sell drugs at. Okay. When somebody walks through their trap, they got to make sure they know who they need. So when he yelled out, it was identification. Who are you? Right? They are trying to protect their assets and their asses because they don't want to go to jail. And then he's like, "How do you know that's a trap?" I said, "I sell drugs myself. What are you gonna do about it? Whatever." So we would have been fighting out there. So I was like, "I sell drugs." He said, "You sell drugs?" So we talking about all this other stuff. So I'm just really, so he says, "So why do you sell drugs?" I said, "Oh shit, I got a job too." So and you got a job? I said, "Yeah, I got a little bullshit job." And I'm like, "Yeah." So he starts asking me why I sell drugs. I said, "Well, I went to buy a car." So now he finds out I got a car, and I'm like, "Yeah, I got a car. It was a Cadillac, with some rims on it. How guys, I start getting into guy talk, not realizing that this loser ain't got no car, right? So I'm like, yeah, I got the reverse 8s and Vogues on it. You know what I'm saying? I got a 12s in the back. You know what I'm saying? And he's up here looking at me like, this little bastard. And I'm like, yeah, so everything's, like life is good. So yeah, I'm not proud of it, but yeah, got my little Jordans on, and we walking, and I got some damn Jordans on. Think about that. So I'm offended by just, So next thing you know, by the time I get back home, out, done, right? And for a while, I was like, my daddy left me. My daddy, don't love me or whatever, right? And years later, as an adult, go back to Philly, and I get all these feelings all over again. Like, I wonder where my daddy at, you know, all this other stuff, because didn't talk to him since then. And all of a sudden, I'm like, I got to go to therapy. So I go to therapy, right? And my therapist tells me, well, helps me unpack what's going on with my dad that I thought I let go. And he said, you were a little asshole. You embarrassed your daddy. You more or less was this little 16-year-old little butthole, and you kind of grandstanded your own dad, and he probably looked at you like, I can't do nothing with this little dude. He got a car. He about to move out with his girlfriend, because a little bit after that, me and because the first place I moved out with me and my girlfriend at the time, we got a spot together, and all together, I was bragging about my car while we're walking, and this man is 40-some years old, can't afford toilet tissue. You emasculated your own father. And I was like, oh, damn, you're right. So he didn't disappear because he didn't love you. He disappeared because he can't do nothing with you. It may have affected his self-worth. You said the man didn't even have nowhere to stay when you came to visit him. You had to live and stay with his brother. Imagine what type of low self-esteem he had just having you walk right next to him with your little Jordans on, and then y'all walking through Philly telling him about the damn streets. I'm instructing my own dad about what's going on in his damn city. And when they broke it down to me like that, I was like, huh. So, yeah, you were his father to a certain degree.
Wow.
And you were your mother's father also. So you just everybody's father, and they just letting you do what you do. So I don't think there's any loss of love. It was just loss of room. There's not enough room for them and you to be in the same room because of who you are or were or whatever as this little 16, 13, 12-year-old, whatever, you know? And I was like, that made a lot of sense. So just a different perspective changed my whole way of thinking about my dad. So I never really had to let it go. I just had to change the perception of what happened.
And you were saying this is with your therapist, correct?
Yeah.
Right?
I've gotten therapy different times. Yeah.
Yeah, at different times, of course.
So you're more 70.
Like what
Oh,
you're.
go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. No problem. And then, so what you were explaining is like your therapy helped you have empathy for your dad. Do you think that we are lacking that altogether as far as when it comes to Black men and Black women in general, where we don't have empathy to see what each other are going through behind the scenes or anything, and we kind of blame each other for surface things like the soda in the refrigerator or the snacks, but we're not seeing the undercover of why do we eat so unhealthy, knowing that all the stuff that we've been through with our past and the racism, to actually empathize and say, hey, you know, I understand why you eat unhealthy and let's fix it from here, instead of just being like, oh, you know, you could never get a husband eating and drinking like that type of thing. That makes sense.
Well, in my opinion, Nisha, that was a great question, and this was a great question also. So I appreciate both of y'all asking these questions. I think we have too much empathy, and I think we're too pussyfied to really do anything. You know, I think it's way too much empathy. We sit around and because the blame isn't the opposite of empathy. The blame is fear. People blame things because they're afraid of either something changing or something not changing. So with me in particular, no soda in the refrigerator isn't blaming anything. It's standards. See, I believe I don't run around holding women accountable. I raise men and women's standards. So a lot of women date loser dudes. Raise your standards, right? A lot of dudes date, like you said, unhealthy women. Raise your standards, because altogether, when we start raising our standards, we're going to have better children. We're going to have better families, because a lot of these low budget dudes ain't marrying you. They're just going to have a baby, put a baby in you and pay child support, or barely do that. But if you raise your standards as a woman, you'll get better men. But before you do that, you have to raise your own standards by throwing that damn soda out that's in the refrigerator and get your ass in the gym. You know, so these are standards. See, I don't blame people. I raise standards. So when it comes to empathy, we do that way too much. Another thing that I always say is the biggest enemy to black women is other black women, because all y'all do is empathize and make excuses for each other. No, I ain't making excuses for none of y'all asses. And I ain't making excuse for none of these loser ass dudes either. Ain't I the one that said when we first started, the manosphere is full of a bunch of losers and bums? So I ain't got no empathy for that. And we got to stop this empathy shit. We got to start standing on our squares and building up our self-value and self-worth. So no, it ain't no damn empathy. It's too much damn empathy. We need structure. We don't have enough structure because it's so much empathy. You know, it's like giving the damn the kid that didn't win, giving them a trophy too. No, they sit their ass in the corner and figure out how they're gonna win the next game. That's how life works. All this empathy shit. No, everybody don't get no trophy. If you unhealthy, if you ain't got no sense, you ain't never been to therapy, if you got all these emotional issues, stay your ass single, because you don't deserve no man, you don't deserve no woman, you don't deserve no wife, you don't deserve no husband. So the trophy is the husband. The trophy is the wife. And if you ain't doing what you supposed to do, your ass ain't getting no trophy. Straight up.
No. So you were born, what, 72, 73, or 73, 74?
I don't know what that is. I wish I knew what it was. I wanted to just come in like, oh, I'm a this. I have no idea what that is.
No, I'm saying you were born in 72 or 73, 1972 or 73, or 1973, 74.
Later than that.
Oh.
I'm
so
almost
don't tell me 79.
80, huh?
So you were born in 79?
No, 76. You said 74. A little later than that. Yeah. Yeah.
That explains it. That was it.
What does that mean?
That explains it all for me.
I got the James Evans in me, you know?
Spirit.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a 2023 James Evans.
Well, because people are born in the 70s that way right there. We got one foot in the new school, one foot in the old school. But this is why you smash up things, you know, because it's making sense to you, you know, but it still is kind of this kind of mashup where, you know, you're not separating it, because to you, that old school definitely makes sense. It sounds, it's something that it's something that holds value and holds its weight in gold. So I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But the new school is a little bit differently, and that's where that you're borderline manosphere. Even though you're saying you're not manosphere, but some of your viewpoints are kind of manosphere-ish.
When you say that, I be about to throw up in my mouth. Like, it's almost disgusting. So I understand what you're saying, but please don't say that. It's disgusting. It's like calling me a loser. I'm almost loser, but you're not really a loser. So no.
Well, you know, with that kind of, you know, because it's not so much as a woman is losing, right? If she's unhealthy because of her food habits, because
she's gonna lose her life if she don't get her shit together. What are you talking about? You're gonna lose more than a man. You're gonna lose your whole damn life.
No, because that's not it, right? Because I refuse to let you like tie any type of emotions or this and that to any of the things that I like. If I like it, I just like it, and that's just that. It's not even a discussion. But when you're talking about, is it unhealthy food, unhealthy, because you have thin people who have just as an unhealthy lifestyle as somebody who is more plump. So what are you saying?
I want y'all to think about this. I focused on the bad habit. I never, not one time, said fat or skinny. Y'all said all that.
Oh my God.
I literally said, if you skinny, you trash. And I took trash back because I don't want nobody to feel like I'm skinny and trash. Y'all remember? I don't know if y'all remember. I said that. I literally said that. So
yeah, all he said was the eating of the snacks, the kind of snacks, and everything like that. He said the only thing he said about waist is that someone with a slim waist, why that's attractive to men is because it denotes healthy lifestyle.
biological, right?
So you want a woman to do the shadow work.
Now, I even said a lion is slimmer, a female lion is slimmer than a male lion. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a biological thing.
So it doesn't matter the size. You just want her to do her shadow work and make sure that she's moving into a healthier lifestyle or a healthier mindset with you. And you're going to also do that same shadow work so that you can come together and build something.
I don't want to dismiss what you said, but it's something I don't believe in. I believe in specifics. So shadow work is very vague. I say get therapy and stop eating all this sweet bullshit that we grew up eating. So
that's considered the shadow work. Therapy is considered part of the shadow work.
Yes. I understand. But anything you are as a grown ass man, grown ass woman, you still eating that you ate when you was a kid, you got some problems.
No, because people like now, ladies, you ain't gonna tell me to stop eating no damn Red Hot. What the hell?
Red Hots. We can't be eating this stuff. We
I'm
ain't
gonna eat all
no
that.
more.
You ain't no.
You don't eat
I'm
cereal?
sorry.
You don't eat cereal? You don't eat cereal?
I eat grapes for breakfast.
Pistachios. Eat my pistachios. Do you eat meat? Do you eat meat?
Listen, hold on. Let me say that. It's important. I don't eat breakfast.
Me either.
Thank you. You don't supposed to eat breakfast. I don't eat any food before 11 a.m. Depending on
people
what time.
People are different blood types. They have to eat. Some people are diabetic. They have to eat. You cannot just rule stuff out as a rule of thumb.
What I don't do from a healthy standpoint. You're trying to
do you eat meat?
Fish and sometimes chicken.
Me too.
But y'all gotta understand though,
I'm almost a vegan and I'm almost a pescatarian, depending on what day it is. Because some days I don't even eat meat at all. Huh?
Breakfast is the first thing that you eat anytime after.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't eat breakfast food. You know, I eat eggs, but it's going to be after 11, 12 in the afternoon. I actually ate eggs today at like 5 o'clock today.
Right, so that would be considered breakfast. It's the break after the fast.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Breakfast type of food.
Yeah, I don't eat breakfast either.
Your computer's messing up with my iPhone. Y'all do know it's about 12 o'clock, so we're gonna try to wrap it up now.
Yes, so much. And I did want to ask because it was brought up earlier. You do have a fiance, right? How'd you meet your fiance, and what would you say? Is your fiance a Black woman?
I don't have a fiance.
Oh, you have just a girlfriend?
I had a girlfriend, ex-girlfriend. What do you mean?
Oh, never mind. Then I thought you were engaged.
That's what y'all get.
No, I'm single. I'm single.
I'm single.
Why you can't get a woman? What's the problem?
Too bad.
Oh, I started Nisha.
Go ahead on, psychologist Nisha.
Too bad. Got a husband.
Get them, niche.
I'm living the single.
Oh my God, I know it's getting late now to keep going.
Mr. Let It Go.
But yeah, I have I'm single.
That's good.
Where do you live at?
You still need more work.
Huh?
Do
you believe in polygamy?
In Atlanta.
Oh, you in Atlanta?
Polygyny. You believe in polygyny? They said.
Yeah, I'm okay with polygyny.
Okay.
Both women I know how to sit their asses down somewhere and not argue with each other.
We plan on having a debate really soon about it. So, be interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, you might want to come back.
We got a question from Sakina. She has a deep question, actually. What was that, Sakina? What was that? That was so deep.
I said, do you believe in dominatrix?
Do you actually think somebody like me is for to let anybody dominate? No.
Not even it doesn't have to be all
I believe in a sit their ass downest.
So in like terms of
So you trying to tell
BDSM,
us that you
you
would
would
let
be
Mr. Lego, you
you would be
said
the
that a lot.
dominant
What do
all
you
the
mean by
time.
sit your ass down? What do you mean?
Hold on,
Try to break
everybody
that
talking at
down.
the same time.
Oh, I was saying because she
define
brought
your
up the BDSM. I was saying you consider yourself dominant all the time. You would never venture off of being
But I'm
dominant.
not dominant. Nobody's gonna dominate me. I'm not dominant.
Oh, don't say never.
Okay. But yeah, I'm not dominant. I'm not no alpha male. I'm not none of that stuff. I'm just a person.
What do you mean by sit your ass down? What do you mean by that?
Just what he said.
I understand.
I'm here. I just would eat my salad.
Hold on.
So can't nobody tie you up.
Oh Lord.
Right here.
So can't nobody tie you up. They can tie you down, but they can't tie you up.
See, ain't nobody putting up with him.
Huh?
Can't nobody tie you up. They can tie you down, but they can't tie you up.
Right.
They can bound him. They can bound him.
That's what he said because he's on live right now. But when the lights go off and the doors are closed, it's a whole different
With
thing.
some fingers run across that boy head.
Mr. Lego, you better stop having those double standards because just on the news right now today, we were talking about the same type of double standards where the females basketball players are getting a lot of slack for talking the same shit as the men. So the men can always do everything without worries. And then as soon as a woman does it, it becomes a huge problem. So, you're gonna have to sit here and address stuff like that because the ladies basketball team, and she wasn't even talking big shit. She was actually just kind of like doing sign language.
It's a woman that checked her though. I agree with you. A woman actually got on her, and that's the problem. I bet if she had a male coach. I bet if she had a male coach, it would have been okay. But as long as you got women running shit, everything's gonna be dysfunctional. So a female got on her about that, started talking shit about her about that. A woman, it was a white woman.
See, look how he turned that around on us, but I understand where you're coming from. And that's my point all night long. That's all I'm trying to say. Because there's a complete double standard when it comes to what it is that we say and how we feel, and then what the man says and how we feel. One man came in here and had more weight than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 women. That's crazy. That's unbelievable. That's an unbelievable double standard to me.
I think women should be able to trash talk each other. I agree with the trash talking. Like, do your thing. A woman said something about her trash talking.
That's crazy.
But yeah, I agree with what he's saying because it's not a man or a woman thing or anything because like even me, I watch it, the female sports of the basketball versus men, and I don't agree with all their arguments as far as what they're saying. So it's not basis of a man versus woman. It's just everyone is aligned to what they feel. But I definitely feel as though the men deserve what they're getting because the men pull more attraction. They have more fans, way more fans. They're bringing in way more money than the women are.
But I think a woman can trash talk and do all the stuff. A woman called her out for saying that.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. A woman did this.
Clusterfuck. A woman did that.
That's crazy, though.
Woman. That's what I'm saying. If it was a man, y'all already know. Ain't no man for to be like, don't you be trash talking nobody.
Right. Fact.
A woman. Need to be more men coaching women. All these damn women. Women need to sit their ass down somewhere. Even the female coaches need to sit their ass down somewhere. Proven point. All women sit down.
So I have a question. What do you think about the whole curly things or whatever her name is?
Pearl, her name the white girl.
I think Pearl's assistant is a weirdo for trying to talk about her while he was working for
Sarah Garvey.
Yeah, Sarah Garvey. I did a video about that. Called him a cornball. He's a pure cornball. I don't have no problem with anybody trying to get their money. Because if I say something about Pearl, I gotta say something about me that I used to sell crack. So I don't do it no more. But at the end of the day, we all do extra or something in order to, you know, feed our families or whatever. But Pearl, I don't think she should have been invited into all these black spaces. But these dumbass manosphere dudes are the ones that invited her, right? So I'm not mad at her. I'm mad at the idiots that invited her into the space. Get your money. If you're a racist, if you're not a racist, I ain't got nothing to do with it. Get your money. But she was invited into black spaces by these weirdo cornball losers.
And now
in their defense, I think she paid to be in the space.
At the end of the day, she was let in.
Yeah, she was let in by them, but I think she paid for Kevin Samuels counseling, which could be in the upwards of $400. She paid for the lead attorneys, which is in the upwards of $500. So I think she really like monetized and like supported these spaces that are.
But now you see what I'm saying. That's why I say these dudes are losers. They're losers.
Yeah, I was glad you didn't. I was glad you didn't follow suit. I was happy about that one thing too, that you did not follow suit.
Yeah.
You wouldn't let her pay for your counseling, MrLetGo?
Yes.
$3.99.
Yeah, I'll
coach
her. But guess what though? Just because she paid for my counseling, don't mean I'm gonna have her propped up on YouTube making money and shit, right? Kind of dumb shit is that? These dudes are cornballs. See, y'all ain't got no problem with me talking mess about the men. Why? What? Put marshmallows on the men. Don't call them losers and cornballs. See, y'all ain't got no problem with that.
I'm the one that usually sticks up and says, "Don't call the men losers." It just hasn't come up tonight. It just hasn't. I would, but they'll tell you.
MrLetGo, this my last question. You really seriously trying to say that you're not gonna let no woman tie you up on the bed?
Oh my God.
I'm just asking. I'm just saying it before. I mean,
he's gonna think you're making the request at this time.
Okay, but what about asking for a friend? She asking for a friend.
Right, because
tell your friend, ain't nobody tying me up no more, nowhere. I ain't got time for that. And if they do, I'm gonna rip it apart like I'm Incredible Hulk or some stuff. So it gotta be.
What about on the chair then?
Huh?
What about on the chair?
No. Can we move on? Like,
well, he got all shy. Look at him.
Yeah, I'm shy. Hold on. Did I say earlier I was quiet? Exactly.
Stop acting like that.
But ain't no Pisces that I know quiet.
I said ain't no Pisces. I said you a Pisces. Stop doing
Yeah, ain't no Pisces I know quiet.
Me neither. I don't know none of them. Stop.
They're in the background.
We already said this is for show.
My husband is a Pisces, so they can be quiet in the background. Like they're not. Sometimes they don't really want to be up front, but yeah, they can be very.
Oh, mine did. Mine was. He thought he was a superstar, baby. You couldn't tell him nothing.
Is a Pisces. No crap about her.
Why did y'all get divorced, goddess?
He died. Crazy. Remember?
Huh?
He died. I'm a widow.
That's right. Sorry for your loss. Sorry for the loss.
But I'm just saying, I'm just asking.
Well, I was just trying to mess with y'all because y'all. Why you get divorced?
What will you do? What will you do, MrLetGo? That's the question. What will you do?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I was going to get into that of the dominant question because you said you don't consider yourself dominant at all, and I understand saying you're not an alpha. But would you say that men, if they are going to be leaders, they have to have some kind of dominance or be a dominant personality?
The answer is no. You have to have fearlessness in order to get up and start walking and make a decision. We got to be decisive. You ain't got to be dominant and loud and all the other stuff. You just got to be decisive and be bold enough and get up and go in a damn direction that may have you looking crazy. But you got to do something. Can't be sitting around like, oh my God, I don't know. Nope. Be decisive, get up and go somewhere. And if it's bad, come back, report back. Don't go that way. But you got to go somewhere. All right, y'all. It's 12 o'clock. And I didn't expect to be on here for this long, but this was actually super fun.
What's your address, Mr. LetGo?
You make sure you come back.
Freedom was the main person talking mess. Don't be trying to be nice now. No, you talking mess all night.
Well, see, but I'm just saying, what did you want me to do now, right?
Don't be trying to be my friend now.
Let me put it back there.
Oh my goodness.
This is how see, that's called an initiation. You just got initiated, bro. Don't be feeling salty.
That's all given.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yes.
Oh,
Hey, let you
okay.
go. Hey, let you go.
And everybody's
That's
sitting
just the
down.
way you were drinking right there.
Mr. LetGo, I got
Gotta
my
come back to visit us.
grapes. I got some pineapples and some oranges and bananas and stuff.
Yes,
Yep.
I just want me
Yes.
some cotton candy grapes.
And I got my water.
Yes.
Same wood I
Got
take
that
the same
silicone.
thing you do. Same
I love those cotton candy grapes.
Yes, I just got some today.
Mm-hmm.
address. What's your address?
But all right, y'all. I gotta
Good
go.
night.
Because another part of health is going to bed early. So for those of you who don't know, I'm gonna be in Houston and Dallas next week.
Oh, my
and
sister. What's your address? My sister up there. I'm gonna see how much you don't like it. My twin sister.
well, I do shows. So we're doing a show in so if you want tickets to the show, I think they may be sold out already. I don't know, but because they sell out quick.
What kind of show?
I'm on a podcast called Tonight's Conversation, and we do live shows. So we did.
Oh no!
I told the whole city of Detroit to sit their ass down. 700 women told all of them to sit their asses down, and they sat down. So I did Chicago and Detroit. And,
They had to sit down.
huh?
They had to sit down. They wasn't gonna stand up all night. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Office definitely 12 o'clock. But
But
Mr.
yeah.
LetGo, my sister did. She just moved to Houston, Texas. Didn't I just tell you that, Dulcinea?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her and my niece. So
But I don't live in Texas. I'm doing shows in Dallas and Houston, so I don't know about Texas like that.
Oh.
But tell her to pull up Tonight's Conversation on Instagram. That's how you get your ticket.
See how he tried to slick, tell her pull up, pause, and then said Tonight's Conversation. You know what I'm saying? See how he did that?
If he's pretty, yeah, she can pull up.
I was trying to see if there's tickets left.
Yeah, go to Tonight's Conversation on Instagram and go to their bio, and you'll be able to see if there's tickets left.
Oh, my sisters are pretty. I just want you to know.
Tonight's Conversation on Instagram. Y'all can check real quick now, because I would like to know if they sold out or not. Most likely it's sold out. If it's a week out, it's sold out.
Well, I'm gonna tell all the girls you don't like to get tied up and stuff, so they're not gonna come.
He do. Don't believe that.
Houston looks like it's sold out. Dallas might have.
You said Houston sold out?
Yeah, Houston looks like it's
Yeah.
sold out.
So yeah, Dallas. I don't know. Dallas might be sold out too. But yeah, y'all still on here. Shout out to Kara. Kara's in my coaching group. I went to yoga, fed my dog, making dinner. She's still up. Yeah.
Well, we don't leave until Sakina sing a song for us. What's the song tonight, Sakina?
Let me run my fingers through your hair.
You gotta do one of the Escape song because you know they broke up and I've been crying.
What? They broke up for real?
Girl, yes, Tasha did all that stuff. Girl, you know she did that too, Tamika. You know I'm still crying.
But all right, y'all about to get gossipy and stuff.
Can't
So
leave, so you can't
Good night.
Give us a word of advice before you go, because it's been a pleasure having you, and we really appreciate you coming. We hope you come back soon.
Stop lying. Go ahead.
And it was a pleasure having them. You know, it's not often that we get a nice, round, beautiful bald head up in here. Now, come on, let's keep it real.
Right, he survived it.
We appreciate you, Mr. LetGo.
We appreciate.
I appreciate y'all too. I would say give the men in your life a break and stop just ready to challenge the man all the time. And like, men are actually out here wanting to love and protect y'all, but y'all don't want us to love and protect y'all because y'all all just sassy and with all the, who hurt you and all this other stuff. Like, give a man a break. A man wants to love and protect you, but it's always the argumentativeness and is y'all learn how to sit down,
He said break him off. He said break your man off.
He's saying
So
right
tonight,
now.
break him off.
Yeah, and give him some ass.
Break him off tonight.
There you go.
That's
all right,
good.
y'all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all night.
Thank you so
Good
much.
night.
Thank you
All
so
right, good
much.
night.
Go ahead, Sakina.
I don't know a song. You caught me off guard.
All of us look like we about ready to go to sleep. Look at my eyes.
Yes, it's been a good one.
That
It's
part.
been a long one.
Girl, we tired tonight.
Yes.
It's asleep for all them lies he took.
Exactly.
That was an ass whooping.
Girl, he needed a hug.
He only sold 2 dime bags.
This Anisha started some mess, didn't she?
One of the other moderators, can you try to hide young Hero from the channel? If you could just hide him.
You need a man, and you need a man, and you need a man. You need a man.
What you said, Dustin? I couldn't hear you.
Hide young Hero from the channel. It's one of the moderators. Thank you.
What young?
Oh, he's one of the French people. He's the French people followers.
I know he ain't on here.
Bula poo poo say I ce soir.
Yeah.
Come on. Bula poo poo say I ce soir.
Marcel, and thank you to our new moderators that were here and everything.
Yes, thank you, and peace to the moderators. Yeah, wonderful time tonight.
I tried to send it to you. Who was it? I told you I put it in the chat. Miss Graham or Miss Legit or one of them. You got Miss Legit.
No, I got Mrs. Legit, but let me give
Miss
Miss
Graham. That's why I wanted you to get out. I'm so sleepy.
Nisha, you're not a doctor, but you a doctor, boo. That's all I got. Nisha is a doctor.
My girl Nisha. What's up?
Yeah, she said, you want to rumble with the bee, huh? What? Come on, girl.
Like this.
Yeah. What that got to do with you, huh? What?
She wasn't playing no games.
No.
Hey, all the way and look. Then that's just gonna come in with you swimming all through it. You ain't answering none of the questions, brother. You swim all through it.
Yeah. Duchess had him on the road. She had him on the road. Like,
yeah, it might Tyson, but that I had decided to stick out real good because he'll come out.
Yeah, he double talked so good. It took all of us to get him down. All of us.
Yeah.
That double talk was slick as snake oil, boy.
Yes.
Pisces.
Yeah.
Pisces.
Yeah, he got a lot of water sign though. He's master in water, so his Scorpio.
Yes.
He reminds me of He know how to play both sides pretty good though. He does. He reminds me of
Oh, don't you say that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to I'm gonna be like,
Lord have mercy.
What's she saying? No, she say Monday.
Gosh. Well, good night, ladies. I'm getting out here trying to early tonight, a little early because y'all be on here.
Hey, man, I'm gonna play our song. Let's see if the song will play now because that's a shame.
Yeah, play the song. I do want to hear the song.
Okay.
Yes.
Turn it on. Fix your phone, Isis. Isis, your thing. You got to put on mute.
Make me want a two-step.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time.
Yeah, before we end it, we're really coming at you guys just to appreciate you guys. We're working hard this week. So we're going to have our 3 in a row, and tomorrow is going to be great. All this tension that you guys had today, tomorrow it's not going to be. You guys are going to be super excited to see that we have our brother Sanchez coming in to talk to us, and he's going to talk to us about this manosphere, this red pill, and the cosmic mother. So yeah, he's going to get these men together, all the way together tomorrow.
Yes, that is. Thank you to Mr. Morpheus. Yes, he did write that for us. Yes, he did. We thank him.
Yes, we thank him, Mr. Morpheus.
Mr. Morpheus.
Well, I'm surprised he wasn't here today.
That was our president. Thank you
so much.
Yes.
Uncle Shem and Hotep to you ladies, and I will see you. Thank you all for the chat, and I will see you all. Peace and Hotep. Good
See
night.
you tomorrow, guys.
All right, bye.
Peace and love.
Good night.
Bye. Bye, Duchess. Bye, daughter.
Bye.
Bye. Niche. Niche.
Yes.
Niche punched him all in his face. That's what he get there. Why you gonna mess with the unscrambled mind? We don't play over here. Stop playing. We don't play over here. And we don't.
I tell you, man.
But it's always fun. It's always fun.
Yeah.
And then he won't even let nobody tie him up. Oh, bye, boy.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. I'm
Yes,
telling
he
you.
will. Yes, he will.
You can
Get
tell.
way up.
You can tell.
All right,
He
y'all.
like all that.
Yes. Good night, everybody. Sleep tight. Don't have bad dreams. Please. Don't. Maybe? No, don't have no bad dreams. I mean,
Have fun in your dreams.
Very spooky. Don't be scared. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Don't forget to make sure y'all subscribe to Unscrambled Minds, and we will see y'all tomorrow. With Brother Sanchez come at 8 o'clock, right? We got
7.
7?
Yeah, she said 7.
Between 7 and 8. Okay. Good night, Sister Noble. Okay.
Good night.